in your stockpile folder.
Yes. Biggest fears.
Yeah.
Everyone ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's bring the jurors back, please. Wait, is the first witness is not a minor, is she?
Correct.
Okay, no problem. Stay ready for this first witness.
Before we do that, Your Honor, by stipulation between the parties, the state would move State Exhibit A into evidence as State's Exhibit 1. It's a photo book containing relevant photographs as well as a map.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. State's Exhibit A, by stipulation, will be in evidence of State's number 1.
State would also move into evidence State's Exhibit K, the stipulation as State's Exhibit 2, and ask the court to read that stipulation.
K, you said?
K.
K.
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit K will be in evidence of State's Exhibit number 2. You want me to read the instruction on stipulations?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could listen carefully to me. A stipulation. When parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are: 1. Ajike Owens is the decedent in this case and was pronounced deceased on June 2nd, 2023. 2. An autopsy was performed on the same Ajike Owens on June 3rd, 2023 at the medical examiner's office by Dr. Shondell Norfoot. That is State's Exhibit number 2. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. State would call Franklin Cologne. Getting access to the monitor.
1 second.
Yes, sir.
Stipulation instruction. Are you ready for it to be on the screen?
Thank you.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please introduce yourself to the jury. Good morning, sir.
Morning. My name is Franklin Baez.
Franklin Baez?
Baez Cologne, yes, sir.
Okay, I apologize.
So,
What do you do for a living?
Well, right now I'm just working in construction. Just do small houses, sir, here and there.
Were you in the military?
Yes, sir.
For how long?
About 13, 14 years in service, sir.
In what branch?
Army.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir, I do.
What would that be?
I used to be a federal agent, border patrol agent,
For how long?
5 years.
Where do you live?
It's, sorry, I'm bad with addresses. Since I quit the law enforcement, it's like, 1686, 107. It's Quail Run, the property. That's what's called, if I'm not mistaken. 107th Lane, yes, sir.
Let me direct your attention back to June 2nd of 2023. Did you live at the same place back then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a son?
I do.
What's his name?
Yediel Baez,
And how old is he?
about 13 years now.
Do you know a woman by the name of Susan Lorincz?
I've heard it, yes, sir.
Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Oh, yes, sir.
Could you please point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
She's wearing a black suit, if I'm not mistaken, and purple on top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
It will so reflect.
What was your relationship with the defendant?
Can you define relationship? I'm sorry, I'm
Sure.
just...
Were you friends? Were you acquaintances? Did she live near you?
Yes, sir. She was my neighbor across an open field, pretty much.
Did you ever have any kind of real meaningful interaction with her, like socialize with her?
No socializing, no, sir.
Did you know Ajike Owens, AJ, the victim in this case?
I did interact with her a few times, yes, sir.
I'm showing you photograph 1 of States 1. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That is AJ, yes, sir.
Did you have any real meaningful interaction with her? Meaning, were you a close friend of hers, acquaintance, or did she just also live in the area?
She just lived across from the street where I was at, staying, yes, sir, but no close relationship, nothing like that.
Did you know her 2 oldest children, specifically Isaac and Israel?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you know them? What was your relationship with them?
I used to play with them on the open field around the neighborhood.
About how old was Isaac, or is Isaac?
I mean, just by looking at them, like, I don't know exactly their age, but, I mean, we're looking at Israel and Isaac, maybe around the same age as my son.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was one older than the other?
Yes, sir.
Or Isaac?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who was older?
Isaac was older.
You know, like substantially older, or just a couple years?
Maybe a 4 or 5 years difference, maybe.
Okay. Where was your residence? Where did you live in relation to where the defendant lived?
So my unit, it's there's 4 apartments per unit. So it was my unit. So I'm in apartment 2, unit 2. There's an apartment. So if I'm in my house, if you're looking at it, on the left side, there's another unit, and then you have the open field, and then you have Miss Susan.
Let me make this a little easier.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me show you
It's kind of hard to explain. I'm sorry.
Does this aerial Google Map image or Google Earth image accurately reflect the area you lived in?
Yes, sir. So where the sorry, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, not to tell, but to explain it still. Where the white vehicle, there's a white. That's where the defendant used to live. Yes, sir. Right there.
And you
There's
said Miss Owens lived across the street. Does that accurately reflect the
Yes, sir.
she lived in?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned a white vehicle.
That's where I'm at. Right. Yes, sir. That's my apartment.
This right here in this area?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned an open field that you and the children, you would like monitor the children. When
Yes,
they
sir.
played.
In between myself and Craig and defendant's resident.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so this area right here where the pointer is?
Yes, sir.
Between where you lived and where the defendant lived?
Correct.
Okay. Showing you photograph 3 of States 1. What does this generally show?
That's our neighbor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Would your house be from the perspective of who's taking the picture this side? What does this show?
That's where she lives or used to live. Yes, sir.
She-
The Miss Susan
Okay, Miss Susan.
on the right side.
Where would your residence be facing, looking at this picture?
So I would be. So the open field is going to be right to the right, next to that unit, and then I'll be on the other side of the open field.
I'm showing you photograph 5 of States 1. Moving a little bit, panning to the right. What does this show?
That's the open field. You can see my unit and her unit as well.
Is your unit over on this side?
Yes, sir. There's so unit 1. That's the first one you see there, right at the corner, and it'll be unit 2 right next to it.
Does this also show that open field that you have talked about?
Yes, sir.
Would the neighborhood children, along with Miss Owens' children, Isaac, Israel, and her daughter Africa, play in that open field?
Yes, sir.
What kind of things would they do in that field?
We used to play all kinds.
Objection based on our motion in 1 minute.
Approach. All right, overrule the objection.
What kind of things would the kids do in that open field?
All kinds of outdoor games, volleyball. There's another game I used to call them out by numbers. That's jump ropes. I mean, all kinds of outdoor games. Yes, sir.
Were there times that you would be out there with the kids when they played?
Most of the time, yes, sir.
Was there also a basketball hoop on the other side of the street in this area?
Yes, sir. So the basketball hoop would be right behind. It's if you're looking at that picture, it's going to be on the left side of that picture,
Okay, so
across the road.
I'm showing you photograph 3 of States 1 on the opposite side of the road, kind of where that white van is.
Correct. Near or yes, sir.
Do you remember a no trespassing sign near where the defendant lived?
Yes, sir. Not just one, a few of them.
When the children would play in this open field, would they sometimes get loud?
Yes, sir. I think not sometimes. I think every time we used to play, we were loud. I was loud as well with them. I was a kid.
And would you agree with me that there were times that the defendant would come out and kind of voice her displeasure about the children being there and being loud?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may we approach on all these issues?
Go forward after that question.
Would there be times that the defendant would express her displeasure with the children being there and being loud?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to take you to June 2nd, the day of the shooting. Were you playing with the kids in that open field that day?
I was. Yes, sir.
And do you remember about how many kids were there playing? One or two or more than that?
Oh, no, it was, yeah, at least 8 or 10, 12, 15 kids sometimes.
Were the kids being loud?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the children that day ever playing on the defendant's property or going onto her property?
No, sir.
While the children were playing in that open field, did there come a time that the defendant came out and began to record you and the children?
Yes, sir.
Were Israel and Isaac playing in that field with you guys?
Yes, sir.
Did Israel have a tablet with him?
He did.
Okay.
Well, either a tablet or a phone, something. He had something.
What did he do with this tablet?
Well, I was playing with the kids, and whenever he approached me, because I was in the middle trying to guide, I had him all divided in two teams. So I said, I was literally paying attention to the both team, and then Israel. He asked me if I can watch his.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
So overruled.
So Israel asked me if I can watch his phone or tablet, and I'm like, I cannot because I'm paying attention to everyone else. I'm calling down numbers, and he's like, I'm just gonna place it here. I'm gonna leave it here. I'm like, well, you got to be responsible for your own things. I was right at the middle of the field, and then he just left it there. I just kept playing with the kids.
Do you remember where he left the tablet? Do you have any-
And right in the middle of the open field, yes, sir, where I was standing, facing towards my unit. If you're looking at the picture, I was facing towards my unit.
Did there come a time that you left the open field and went back to your house?
I did. Once we got done playing and everything, and I got tired because I behaved like a kid, but I don't have the energies. I went back to my apartment. Yes, sir.
And do you remember, was it getting dark? Was it still light out when you did that?
It was about to get dark. Yes, sir.
When you got back to your apartment, what did you do?
I started playing on my phone, being on Facebook, what everyone does today's day, wasting life. But
For about how long did you do that until something else irrelevant to this case happened?
maybe approximately 30 minutes.
And after that, about 30-minute period of time, what happened?
I heard like a firecracker, which in my military experience, I thought it was a firecracker because of it wasn't that loud. It sounded weird, but then I'm like, nah, it can be a shot. It's gonna be a firecracker.
So what did you do after you heard that sound?
I didn't do anything. I just went back to my phone, and then I heard banging on my door.
And when you heard the banging on your door, what'd you do?
I open it up. I see my son panicking, screaming, and literally just panicking. He couldn't talk.
Is that your son Uriel?
Yes, sir.
When he was in that condition, did he say anything to you?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
So ruled.
He said she got shot. She shot her.
Okay. At that time, did you understand what was happening?
Negative, no, sir.
What'd you do?
I try to calm down to try to gather more information. If someone got shot, I mean, military experience, I'm like, well, I need to hurry up to see if I can help someone.
I'm showing you photograph 6 of States 1. What did you do when you went outside?
I went outside. I went towards, it's what we as a law enforcement and everything, we have stimulus. I went where the noise was. So I went towards the noise, right at the corner where near the basketball hoop was at, right at the corner, and I heard everyone screaming and the kids crying, Isaac, and my mom. One of the neighbors came out telling me she got...
Before you go into anything what the neighbor said, that's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. At some point, did you go over to and locate Miss Owens?
I did.
Okay.
After the fact, yes, sir.
Where was she located? Can you see where she will be located in this photograph?
It's going to be where the headlights are pointing at, the lights It's near the tree, that big tree that's there in the open field.
Okay. Is that the big tree you're talking about?
That's the tree I'm talking about, yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you arrived by Miss Owens?
I immediately keeping an eye on Miss Susan apartment just in case. I mean, you never know. I'm just situation awareness.
What did you do to her?
I started scanning for open wounds, and because I heard she got shot, so I was just scanning for open wounds to try to help her out.
When you were next to Miss Owens, did you notice any weapons around her? Any gun, any knife, any kind of bat, anything like that near her?
No, sir.
Do you have first responder training based on your military and law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point, did law enforcement arrive?
Yes, sir.
And did emergency medical services also arrive?
Yes, sir.
Did you direct law enforcement to where Miss Owens was?
Yes, sir.
At that point, did you kind of step back and law enforcement took over what needed to be done?
Correct.
All right. Did all of this happen in Marion County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Now, on that specific day, the kids had made kind of a mess out there in the open field with their shoes and trash and all their stuff, right?
They had their shoes, yes, sir, on the open field. They had, yes, cups.
Trash.
You could say that, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you heard what you thought was a firecracker, it was already dark outside, right?
When I stepped outside, it was already kind of dark, yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Is he excused?
Yes, sir.
Have a nice day, sir. Thank you
Thank you,
very
sir.
much. You're excused. State ready for the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Mr. Jimmy Cowan.
Is this witness under 18?
Yes.
Okay.
Raise your hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat, sir.
May it please the court. Can you please state your name for the record, sir?
My name is Jimmy. Legal name James H. Cowan Jr. Go by Jimmy.
Thank you, sir. What is your occupation?
I'm the Marion County property appraiser.
How long have you been the property appraiser for Marion County?
I was elected for the 2021, was reelected again.
And what was your occupation prior to being elected to the Marion County as the Marion County property appraiser?
I've worked at the Marion County property appraiser's office since 1992 until current.
What is the duties of the property appraiser's office generally when it comes to people's property?
Well, we value all property in Marion County, whether it be residential, commercial, do all exemptions for taxable homestead exemption, agricultural classifications, things of that nature. We list and map all properties in Marion County, and we also have a statutory requirement to do all damage assessment when a storm comes through.
You say you list and map all properties in Marion County. Are you talking about parcels?
Parcels.
If you could please explain to the jury what a parcel is.
It's a tract of land or ownership, basically.
All right. And how do you determine that, your office?
We determine it by deed. When a deed comes through, basically whatever the legal description is that's applied to us that's recorded in the clerk of the court's office, we actually change or put in that person's name. Sometimes there'll be cutouts or combines or whatever the case may be, so it may change what the record was before.
So you create records and maps of parcels based on the information that you've received?
Yes, sir.
Now I'll show you some previously marked as State's Exhibit B for identification purposes. Sir, can you please take a look at those? Just let me know when you're done.
I've seen all these before, so if you want to ask questions, that's fine.
Yes, sir. And are those records from your office, sir?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, do those records pertain to the addresses of 1662 Southwest 107th Lane and 1686 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala.
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time I would move into evidence State's Exhibit B as State's 3.
No objection.
Objection states B, moving evidence to states number 3.
Thank you, sir.
Give to the clerk, please.
Now, I want to go over some of those records with you. Mr. Cowan.
Yes, sir. I don't need to see it now.
I'll let you hang on State's Exhibit 3, sir. I'm ready, Your Honor. State's desk.
Are you on the state or the podium?
The State's.
I got it.
So, Mr. Cowan, I'm showing you what is it's like a record photograph included within those records, State's Exhibit 3. Can you please explain this to the jury what they're looking at?
Okay, these are ortho images or aerials. What ortho means, basically, we're looking at a rooftop view of the property. So basically, this would be a portion of possibly a subdivision, basically. And there are some green lines that some people may or may not be able to see. I can barely see them from here, but I know they're there.
And we're going to, but those are two abutting properties.
Say it again.
Two abutting properties, the aerial photo.
Two abutting, is that what you're
Or
saying?
no, two properties that are next to each other.
Yes, they're contiguous, yes.
So I'm now showing you another photograph here. It looks like a parcel number 3577-001-010, aerial photograph of that. Can you please tell the jury which address that parcel number belongs to?
10. That of 3577-001-010 is 1662 Southwest 107th Lane. It would be all units A, B, C, D probably.
Thank you. So is that a quadruplex, sir?
It's a quad. Yeah, quadruplex.
And who is the owner of that building there at 1662?
Okay, based on the records when this was printed on May 20, I don't know that it has changed hands or not, but based on that time period, it was Diana and Charles Gabbard, Gabbard.
All right. And if you could please explain to the jury these red lines we see on this aerial photograph.
The red lines would indicate basically the boundaries of the property based on the deed that we received,
Okay.
or it could actually also be from the plat when it was platted.
Okay. But that would be the boundaries of the parcel based on the information you received.
For assessment purposes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'm now showing you an aerial photograph with some more red lines. This is for parcel number 3577-001-008. Sir, can you please tell me what the address is for this residence?
The address, Citus address is 1686 Southwest 107th Lane.
Okay. And who is the owner of that residence?
Again, at the time of the printing of this property record card, it was AARA Holdings, LLC.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And the red lines that we see here again, is this again the boundaries of that parcel based on the information you received?
That is correct. It'd be based on whatever deed came through
All
when
right.
it was last sold.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Mr. Smith, can you back it up to the
Yes.
photo of Susan? Right there, thank you.
Which one? There you go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So this slide that we're looking at here, so this is actually this red line. This is the property line around that property, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, with this quadruplex, there are multiple porches attached to it, right?
Well, from looking at an aerial, you may say porches, it could be a patio. Let me look and see what we have assessed on it, and this is 10. On that particular one, it's showing patio as the
Okay.
last time we were out there.
So there's multiple patios attached to it, right?
Yes.
So anything that is permanently affixed to that property, that would be owned by the individual that's listed on that parcel?
Yes. Anything within the borders of that red that is permanently affixed, asphalt, concrete, patios, the building would be real estate.
So that would include porches or patios affixed to the property, right?
Yes.
That would also include any sidewalks that's within that red line up there?
Yes.
That would also include any grassy areas that's within that red line?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything additional? Need to redirect?
No further questions?
Is he excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
When I take that, is the truth?
Yes. State's ready for its next witness, Your Honor. We would call Mr. Uriel Rodriguez.
Do you want this on or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah? A little nervous?
Yeah.
What is your name?
Ariel,
Okay. What's your last name?
Buys,
Okay. And you also Rodriguez?
yes.
Okay. So how do you say your full last name?
Ariel Buys Rodriguez.
Thank you. How old are you?
I'm 13.
All right. What grade are you in?
I'm in 7th.
So what's your favorite subjects in school?
Science.
Yeah. Like to do anything when you're not in school?
Excuse me.
Like to do some things when you're not in school?
Yes.
What's that?
Play soccer.
So I want to talk to you about this case, Uriel. And I want to ask you if you used to know people first. Did you know an Isaac?
Yes.
All right. Did Isaac live in your neighborhood?
Yes.
And did you used to live with your dad?
Yes.
Do you remember the name of the neighborhood that your dad lived in?
No.
Okay. What type of neighborhood was it?
It was a. It was a kind neighborhood. It was nice, peaceful.
What I mean by, is there like apartments there and everything?
Yes.
Okay. And did you live with your dad, Franklin Cologne?
Yes.
Now, did he live in that neighborhood with you?
Yes.
Do you remember how old Isaac is?
No, I do not.
Is he your age? Is he older?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if he was similar age to you?
No.
It's okay. Did Isaac have a little brother named Israel?
Yes.
Okay. Would you call him Izzy?
Yes.
All right. Was Izzy younger than you?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how much younger Izzy was than you?
No.
Okay. And do you know, did you know Isaac and Izzy's mom, AJ?
No.
Okay. Did you know the lady who was shot in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And had you ever, and was that lady who was shot, was that Isaac and Izzy's mom?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever seen Isaac and Izzy's mom before in the neighborhood when you lived there?
Yes.
How often would you see, or would you play with Isaac and Izzy a lot?
Yes.
Now, did you live in that neighborhood on that Isaac and Izzy's mom was shot?
Yes.
And now, the lady who shot Isaac and Izzy's mom, Susan, do you know her? Had you ever seen her before?
Yes.
Okay. Did she live in your neighborhood too?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you a photograph. States 1-1. You recognize that as Isaac and Izzy's mom?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so I want to talk about the night of the shooting. Do you remember that night?
Yes.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit before the shooting happened, okay? Were you in the neighborhood that evening before the shooting?
Yes.
Or do you remember what you were doing?
Yes.
What were you doing kind of before the shooting?
I was playing around with everybody there.
Okay. Was there a field next to your dad's house?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember playing in that field at all?
Yes.
All right. That evening you were playing in the field?
Yes.
All right. So at some point did you stop playing in the field?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you did after you stopped playing in the field?
Yes.
What'd you do?
I went to go play basketball.
Okay. All right. And is that basketball court, is that kind of near in the neighborhood there?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point, did you ever remember seeing Isaac and Izzy's mom? After you stopped playing in the field, did you ever see Isaac and Izzy's mom walk over to Susan's house? Do you ever remember seeing Isaac and Izzy's mom walking over to the lady who shot her house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where you were when you saw her?
Yes.
All right, where were you?
I was at the basketball hoop.
Okay. All right. And is that kind of in the street there, in between some apartments?
Yes.
All right. And when you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom, can you tell like what she looked like when she was walking over there? Do you remember?
She looked mad.
She looked mad?
Yeah.
Do you remember if Isaac and Izzy's mom said anything while she was walking over to the lady who shot her house?
Yes.
All right. What do you remember her saying?
I remember her cursing.
Okay. Do you remember anything else specific she said
No.
when she was going over there? Okay. Now, did you kind of, as Isaac and Izzy's mom walked over to the lady who shot her house, did you go somewhere else?
Yes. I
Okay.
started going to my house, like near my house.
Okay. All right. And did you see Isaac and Izzy's mom go up to the lady who shot her door?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember where you were when you saw that?
Yes. I was beside my house
Okay.
when it happened.
All right. So I want to show you some photographs. So just take 8. Were you in this area of this field of 8 and that we see in States 1-8 when you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom at the door?
Excuse me?
Were you in that general area when you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom at the door?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from where you were in that area, were you in that field area right there?
Yes.
All right. From where you were in the field, were you still able to see the door of the lady who the door of the residence of the lady who shot Isaac and Izzy's mom?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to see Isaac and Izzy's mom at the door?
Yes.
All right. What do you remember seeing when Isaac and Izzy's mom was at the door?
I remember her banging on the door.
All right. Isaac and Izzy's mom banging on the door?
Yes.
How was she banging? Can you describe that?
She was banging in a mad type of bang. She was like banging like pretty hard.
Okay. Do you remember Isaac and Izzy's mom saying anything while she was
Yes.
banging on the door? What do you remember her saying?
I remember her saying, open up the door.
Okay. Do you remember Isaac and Izzy's mom cussing at all while she was at the door?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what she was saying?
Yes.
Okay. What was she saying?
She was saying the B word, you know,
The B word?
and the F word.
Okay. Now, where was Isaac and Izzy's mom banging on the door?
Kind of in the middle.
In the middle?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Isaac and Izzy's mom reach for the door handle?
No.
Did you ever hear Isaac and Izzy's mom say, "I'm going to kill you"?
No.
So then, what do you remember happening after the banging on the door? Well, before I ask that question, did you see Isaac and Izzy's mom bang on anything else while she was
No.
at the door? So she's banging on the door. Does something happen next? What do you remember?
I remember hearing, after she banged on the door, I remember hearing a gunshot.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened after you heard the gunshot?
I saw Isaac's mom run and yelling, "Call 911."
What did you do when that happened?
I went to my dad. I ran to my dad, actually.
Okay. So you ran to your dad? Now, before, I want to go back. You said before, you said you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom walking over to the lady who shot her's house, right?
Yes.
Before you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom walking over to the house, did you see either Isaac or Izzy run over to their house? To Isaac and Izzy's own house. Did you ever see them run back to their own house? Do you remember?
No.
It's okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Uriel.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Hi, Uriel.
Hi.
My name is Morris. Remember we met before? I was on the video when we were talking to you. No, that's okay. That's okay. We're going to go nice and slow, okay? All right. You are currently 13 years old, right?
Excuse me one second. Do you want this picture up?
No, sir. No, you're wrong. Thank you. Okay. So, back in June of last year, you were 12 years old, right?
Yes.
And you knew Susan, right?
Yes.
Okay. She was an older lady, right?
Yes.
Now, when Miss Owens, AJ, when she was walking over from her house to Miss Susan's house, AJ was really mad, wasn't she?
Yes.
She seemed really angry, right?
Yes.
Now, AJ first banged on on Susan's sliding glass door, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. Do you remember, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Over a year?
Yeah.
Do you remember giving a statement, like speaking to the police right after this happened?
Yes.
And do you remember the police asking you about everything that happened?
Yes.
Would reading a little part of that kind of help? Officially, it's called refresh your recollection. Would it help you remember what you said to law enforcement, what happened on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure. Excuse me, sir. You're going to read it to yourself, okay?
It's Adam, page 20. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, page 24, lines 13 through 14, and page 25, lines 2 through 5.
Uriel, don't read it out loud. Just read it to yourself.
Is this the
okay?
deposition?
Let me see.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show it to you, but just like the judge said, just the parts that I'm asking you to read, just read over it to yourself. Do not read it out loud, okay? Okay, so we're going to start with page 24, and then read lines 11 through 17, okay? And let me know when you're done. Okay. Have you been able to kind of remember what you told the police back then?
Yes.
And do you ever telling the police back then that Ajike first banged on the sliding glass door?
Yes.
And now, after you read it, do you remember Ajike first banging on the sliding glass door first?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you started banging on Miss Susan's regular door, right?
Yes.
And she was banging really hard, wasn't she?
Yeah, mad hard. Yes.
I'm sorry?
Hard. Yes.
And it was like bang, 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 hard, right?
Yes.
And she was doing it with her fist, right?
Yes.
And AJ was talking really loud as she was banging and banging and banging on that door, correct?
Yes.
Her tone was a loud one and a mad one, right?
Yes.
She was screaming, right?
Yes.
And where she was banging in the middle of the door, kind of like where the door handle is, right?
Objection, Your Honor, misrepresentation of the testimony.
Where was she
Hold on
banging?
1 second. Overrule the objection. He can answer the question if he knows.
Okay. And she was banging in the middle of the door, kind of like where the door handle is, correct?
No.
She wasn't?
She was banging in, not the middle where the door handle was. Not like beside the door handle, just the middle.
Just the middle? Okay. But in that area, that's when she's banging with her fist, right?
Yes.
And I know you don't want to curse, so I'm going to mention some words, and then you let me know if these are the words that you said. I know you don't want to say it, and I understand. But we have to know exactly the words she was using. She was using the words bitch, right?
Yes.
And fuck, right?
Yes.
And she was saying things like this bitch, right?
Yes.
You had seen arguments between Susan and AJ before this incident, right?
Yes.
When AJ would go down to Susan's house, AJ would tell Susan to stop effing with my kids and to leave or I'm going to fight you, right?
Yes.
And Susan would tell AJ to get off her property, right?
Yes.
On the day of the incident, you saw Izzy pass that no trespassing sign, right? That Miss Susan had?
Yes.
And Miss Susan told all of you to get off her property that day, right?
Yes.
And Isaac and Izzy told her to shut up and things of that nature on that day, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Do you remember that day that you spoke to me and spoke to Miss Sizemore? She's sitting right over there.
No.
Remember you coming in to like a building here in Ocala and speaking to us about what you know about the case? Do you remember that? It was a fancy name called a deposition. Do you remember that?
No.
No. Do you remember another time talking about the case with the lawyers that wasn't when you spoke to law enforcement, when you spoke to the police? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that a court reporter was there, someone that was typing everything up?
Yes.
Okay, you do remember that. Do you remember if that was called a deposition?
No.
No, okay. And do you remember us talking about the things that we're talking about now?
Yes.
And would reading that kind of help you remember some of the stuff that we spoke about?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, this is page 18 of the deposition, lines 3 through 7, okay? Okay, Uriel, same thing. I'm going to show you the deposition, and don't read it out loud, just read it to yourself, okay? And then we'll talk about it, all right? Okay, page 18. And then lines 3 through 7, just let me know, okay? Let me know when you're done reading it. Take your time. Okay, thank you. Does that help you remember what we spoke about?
Not really. No.
Not really? Do you remember that you told us that Isaac and Izzy told Miss Susan to shut up and things of that nature?
No.
No. But you did read that here, right? You did read it in the deposition that I just showed you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were several feet away, like 15 or so feet when this incident occurred, right?
Yes.
You were by the mailboxes, right?
Yes.
And AJ was right up on Susan's door, right?
Yes.
You could hear Miss Susan say, "Get out of my house," right?
No.
No? Israel, who you call Izzy, was near the tree that Susan had in the front of her property while AJ was banging on Susan's door. Is that right?
Yes.
And that would be the tree that's near the parking lot. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Isaac was near the mailboxes, right?
Yes.
Biggie was near the tree as well, right?
Yes.
None of them were at AJ's door, right?
Yes.
Okay. Israel, who you call Izzy, never got near Susan's door, right?
No.
Do you remember us talking about when everything was going on, what you heard Susan say to AJ? Do you remember us talking about that in the deposition that we spoke about before?
Wait, can you repeat it?
Do you remember you and I speaking about this incident and what Miss Susan was telling AJ when AJ was banging on the door? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Would showing you the deposition kind of help you remember again what we were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Smith, specifically page 26 of the deposition, lines 14 through 17. Okay? All right, same thing. I'm going to show it to you, and you just read it to yourself, and then we'll talk about it, okay? All right, page 26, 14 through 17. Let me know when you're done, okay? Are you done? Okay. All right, thanks. Do you remember Miss Susan telling AJ to get out of my house now? Yes, sir? Okay. All right. I appreciate your time. I know this is scary, but I really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes. Okay, Uriel, I want to ask you one more question. So I want to go back to when you see Isaac and Izzy's mom first walking over to the lady who shot her's house, okay? Remember that? When you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom walking over there?
Yes.
When you saw Isaac and Izzy's mom walking over there, did you see anything in Isaac and Izzy's mom's hands?
No.
No further questions.
Is he excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. If you can show him off the stand. Are you ready for our next witness?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Jareth Gardner. Jareth Gardner.
How do you spell Jared? Is it Jared?
Jerreta.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, sir.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Jareth Gardner,
And how old are you?
22.
All right. May want to move your hair back so we can see you there. We can hear you good. Thank you. All right, so you're 22, sir. What do you do for a living?
I go to work
All right. Where do you work?
at a warehouse,
All right. What warehouse is that?
Amazon.
So, Mr. Gardner, I want to talk to you about a shooting incident that happened in June of last year, 2023. You remember that incident?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you live in the neighborhood where that incident took place?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you know Isaac and Israel, or Izzy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Isaac and Izzy live in the neighborhood with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, who did you live with in that neighborhood back then?
With my mother.
All right. Do you still live in that neighborhood?
No, sir.
All right. Did you also have a little brother who lived with you in that neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
What was his name?
Calix.
All right. Now, I want to talk about Isaac and Izzy. Had you ever seen Isaac and Izzy's mom before in the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you see Isaac and Izzy a lot in the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how old Isaac was approximately?
I believe he's 12, maybe. I don't know.
All right, around that age. All right. And was Izzy his little brother?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how much younger Izzy was than him?
He might have been like 10.
All right. So, I want to talk about the incident that happened last year on June 2nd, 2023. Were you at the house that day, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there at any time later that evening that you became aware that something was going on?
Yes, sir.
How did you become aware something was happening?
My little brother came and told me.
All right, Calix came and told you something?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where were you when Caleb came up and talked to you?
In the living room.
All right. Of your house?
Yes, sir.
How was he acting?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't remember? Okay. All right. At some point, did you go outside of the house after Calix had talked to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you went outside the house, where were you?
In the street.
All right. I wonder, Your Honor, if I could please use the state's podium.
Are you ready for it to be on screen?
Yes, Judge. So, Mr. Gardner, I'm showing you states 1-3, states 1-4, states 1-5. Do you recognize kind of that general area of those photographs?
Yes, sir.
All right. In states 3, we see a basketball behind that black car. Is there a basketball hoop kind of somewhere in that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is the basketball hoop, have this red mark, is it kind of over here outside of the picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So you go outside. Do you ever see Isaac and Israel when you go outside?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you saw Isaac and Israel, how were they acting?
Like somebody had just messed with them.
Okay. And did you ever talk to them at all about what was going on, what was happening?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you ever see Isaac or Israel where were you talking to Isaac and Israel first?
Under the basketball hoop.
Okay. So you were kind of over in this general area over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see Isaac or Israel go over to their own house, Isaac and Israel's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After you talked to them? And then at some point, did you kind of leave the area of the basketball hoop and make your way over towards, this area of the parking lot street?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, at some point, did you ever hear, and before I ask that question, I just want to make sure, the lady who shot Isaac and Israel's mom, Susan, had you ever seen her before?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where she lives?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sure in States 5, does she live kind of in this apartment right here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you ever hear, as you're kind of moving in this area of the parking lot area, street area, did you ever hear anything going on at Susan's house?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you could please explain to the jury what you heard.
I heard knocking
Okay.
and a few words.
All right. So if you could please explain the knocking that you heard.
It was in 2 syllables. It was three knocks in 2 syllables.
All right. Okay. And did the knocking did it ever get louder as you were listening to it?
On the second knock, she got louder. Like the second syllable, she knocked a little bit louder.
All right. And when you say she, are you talking about Isaac? Well, I guess, were you able to actually see the door?
No, sir.
Okay, so you heard some knocks. All right. And now, could you hear anything at that point when you're also hearing anything besides the knocks? Could you hear anybody saying anything at that point?
I heard her say, "Come outside."
Okay. And you said her, are you talking about Isaac and Izzy's mom?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you also hear anything else, any cuss words used by Isaac and Izzy's mom?
Yes, sir.
All right, what did you hear?
The B word.
Okay. All right, so you said you heard come outside, you heard the B word. At any time, did you ever hear Isaac and Izzy's mom say, "I'm going to kill you"?
No, sir.
Now, at some point, did a gunshot happen?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
If you could explain kind of what you saw as that was going on.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. So how did you become aware a gunshot happened?
I heard it.
All right. And where were you? Do you remember?
I believe I was still crossing the street.
Okay. When you say crossing the street, are you kind of in this general area though, where we're seeing stage 5?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see Isaac and Izzy's mom come out from the defendant's patio?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know what happened to where she went?
She ran from the front door and collapsed by the tree.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir, may I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good morning. Now, you know Miss Owens' children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's Israel and Isaac?
Yes, ma'am.
And you considered yourself like a big brother to them?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to talk to you about the day of this incident. So you were outside by the basketball hoop before the shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Israel and Isaac were with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And they told you about what had happened with them over at Susan's house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the kids said, "Go and get AJ," right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw Miss Owens walk across the street to Susan's house, right?
No, ma'am.
Had Miss Owens already crossed the street by the time you saw her?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Miss Owens seemed frustrated, right?
No, ma'am, I didn't see.
Do you recall giving a deposition in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Would seeing a copy of your deposition refresh your recollection as to whether or not you said Miss Owens was frustrated?
I believe I said, from my perspective, she might have been, like, just, from my thought, she may be frustrated.
Okay. Now, you heard Miss Owens knocking like boom, 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 right?
I heard her knock normal at first.
Do you remember giving a statement to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Would seeing a copy of your statement to law enforcement refresh your recollection as to what you specifically said regarding the knocking?
That she knocked in 2 syllables 3 times.
Do you remember Miss Owens knocking like boom, boom, boom?
I remember her knocking louder the second time, yes.
Okay. So you heard Miss Owens knocking again a second time, but louder. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And that's when you heard the gunshot go off?
Yes, ma'am.
You heard Miss Owens say, "Bitch, open the door," right?
No.
Would seeing a copy of your deposition refresh your recollection as to what you heard Miss Owens say?
I believe I heard her say, "Come outside, bitch."
For Mr. Smith, I'm referring to the witness's deposition, page 15, lines 17 through 19.
Okay.
During your deposition, you were asked the following question and gave the following answer.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness be able to read the deposition.
Certainly, you can show it to him.
Sure, can you approach?
Sure.
So I'm going to let you see your deposition, and I'm going to let you read this to yourself, okay? Beginning here and ending with lines 19. Just let me know when you're ready. You finished? Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
You heard Miss Owens say, "Bitch, open the door," right?
No, ma'am.
All right. So during your deposition, you were asked the following question and you gave the following answer. Question. Okay, but you heard AJ say, "Open the door," and you may have heard her say, "Bitch."
Yes,
Answer.
ma'am.
Yeah, like, "Bitch, open the door."
Hold on
Miss
1 second.
Owens' demeanor
Excuse me,
was-
1 second.
Yes,
Approach.
sir. Miss Owens' demeanor was like somebody just messed with her kids, right?
I don't know. I didn't see.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I didn't see.
Okay. Would seeing a copy of your deposition refresh your memory as to what you said regarding Miss Owens' demeanor on that night?
I don't have a deposition to look at.
For Mr. Smith, I'm referring to the witness's deposition, page 16, lines 22 through 24. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Sure.
Here. Are you finished?
This one.
During your deposition, were you asked the following question and did you give the following answer? Question. What was AJ's demeanor like when she was knocking on the door? Answer. Like somebody had just messed with her little kids.
Yes, that's what I had thought.
Now, you were approaching Miss Lawrence's door when Miss Owens began knocking, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you went towards Susan's house because you felt like an altercation was going to happen, right?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember giving a statement to law enforcement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Would seeing a copy of that statement refresh your memory as to what you told him about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Smith, I'm referring to the witness's interview, page 11, lines 1 through 8. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Do you have an extra copy
Do I have an extra copy?
of that?
Or do not? Do you want to see it first?
Sure.
Sure.
Right. So I'm going to have you read this all the way down to line 8, and then just let me know when you're finished. Are you good? Okay. So yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the detective asking you the following question and you giving the following answer? Question. And what made you think that there was going to be an altercation? Was something being said or did you hear something? Answer. I don't know. I get just off the energy. Question. Off the energy? Answer. I felt like an altercation was going to happen. Do you remember giving that answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Ready to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
This witness excused?
Yes, he's excused.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day. Can I ask everyone to approach real quick? Next witness, please.
State calls Yvonne Costa.
Raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Morning.
Good morning. Is it still morning? Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury, ma'am?
My name is Yvonne Costa.
What do you do for a living?
I am retired
Congratulations.
and very proud of it.
Where did you work before you retired?
Marion Senior Services.
For about how long did you work there?
16 years.
All right. I'm going to direct your attention to June 2nd of 2023. Where were you living then?
The address,
Yes.
1662 Southwest 107th Lane, apartment number 4 in Ocala.
Was that a quadplex type
Yes.
structure?
Yes,
And meaning there are 4 different residences in the same building?
yes,
You said you lived in Unit 4?
yes.
Showing you photograph 2 of States 1. You recognize that aerial view?
Yes.
There we go. All right. Where would your residence be in this quadplex? This is the building you lived in, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you in the front or were you in the back?
I was in the back.
Okay. On this side, the same side where it says defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay. When did you move into that unit?
The beginning of December of 2022.
Okay. So you had
Yeah.
lived there about 6-7 months or so by the time
Yes,
the shooting happened?
yes.
Understood. Where did you live before that?
Two
Not yet.
buildings, 2 buildings away from where that apartment is.
Do you know a woman named Susan Lorincz?
Yes, I do.
Do you see her here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
She's wearing a purple jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It will so reflect.
So if I am facing your front door, would her residence be to the right or to the left?
Left.
Did you share a common wall
Yes.
in the residence? What was your relationship with the defendant? Were you really close friends? Were you acquaintances? She lived next to you?
Yeah, she lived next to me.
Okay. Did you hang out and socialize with her a lot?
No.
Can you estimate about how many times you've even had any interaction with her?
Maybe 10 times in passing. Hi, bye, have a good day.
Did you know Miss Owens, Miss Ajike Owens, the
Yes.
victim in this case?
Yes.
What was your relationship with her?
I only saw her 2 or 3 times, and she lived across the street.
Did you know Miss Owens' children?
I knew one of them fairly well.
And which one was that? What was
Her oldest son,
you know his name?
Isaac.
Okay. You said you knew him rather well. Did he actually come to your apartment at one point?
Yeah, he came to my apartment twice and asked to use my telephone.
Did you let him?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Everything worked out fine?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
So ruled. Go ahead.
Was there a field next to your house, your
Yes.
structure that the children played in?
Yes.
If the children are playing in that field, were you able to see them from your vantage point in your house?
Yes.
Were they sometimes loud?
Oh, yes.
Did they often have adult supervision there with the
Yes.
children? Is it fair to say that the defendant would express displeasure with the children
Objection,
playing?
relevance, improper character.
That's sustained.
Did the defendant at some point have a no trespassing sign near the entrance to her residence?
There was a few no trespassing signs, like at the property line, that I thought my landlord put up.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to the day of the shooting, June 2nd of 2023. That evening, where were you located when all this was going on?
In my apartment.
And at some point, did you hear some arguing?
Yes.
About how long before the actual shooting did you hear this argument?
Between 5, maybe 10 minutes.
Could you tell who was involved in this argument?
I recognized Susan's voice, but I didn't recognize the other voice, and I couldn't make out what they were saying.
Okay. At any time during this argument, did you hear a door slam?
Yes. Yes.
After you heard the door slam, what was the next thing you heard that drew your attention?
My wall in between our two apartments started shaking and like pounding on the wall. And it really scared me.
Okay. How long after you heard the door slam did you hear that pounding?
Very shortly. Very shortly. Within a few minutes.
How would you describe the pounding?
It was very loud, and it scared me because the wall was shaking, and yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Do you remember like the sequence of the bangs? Was it just constant banging, or was it a set of bangs, a pause, and a set of bangs?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
There was a pause and then more banging.
Do you remember about how many times you heard banging?
Just those, the once, short break, and more.
Do you remember about how many bangs were in the first set?
Oh, it was a lot.
Okay.
A
And
lot.
what about the second set?
A lot.
When you heard the banging, what was your first thought of who was causing that?
I thought Susan was banging on the wall.
Did you later come to learn that that was not the case?
Yes.
Okay. And so the jury's not misled. Did you learn that that was Miss Owens actually banging?
When I mentioned that she was banging on the wall, one of my neighbors said,
Objection, hearsay.
That's sustained. Let's move along.
You can't know what other people said.
okay,
Hold on.
That's okay.
Just move to the next question.
Move on. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Did you hear any voices raised during the pounding?
yes,
You just couldn't know what was said.
Right.
Understood. After that banging, did you hear another sound?
I heard a pop,
And what did you hear after that pop?
people screaming.
After you heard the pop and you heard people screaming, what did you do?
Just people screaming.
What did you do, though?
I grabbed my phone, ran into my bedroom, which was the farthest part from the front door. My cats all ran under the bed because they heard it, and I called 911.
So you called 911 after you heard the pop.
Yes,
And
Yes.
obviously you later learned that pop was a gunshot.
yes.
Did you recognize it as a gunshot when you heard it?
Not at first until I heard screaming and my cats running under the bed, then I knew what it was.
And then you
Exactly. That was like within seconds.
And at that point you called 911?
Yes.
And did law enforcement arrive?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, and may I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
So you moved into that neighborhood back in December of 2022?
I've been in that neighborhood for like 15 years before I moved into the building I'm in now.
Okay. And you lived alone?
Yes.
And you refer to that neighborhood as the hood?
Yes.
The landlords rent to some unsavory people?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
there have been some shootings in that neighborhood before, right?
Objection,
Yes.
Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
The unit that you lived in back in June of 2023, that shared a wall with Susan Lorincz, right?
Yes.
So if I'm standing and I'm facing Susan Lawrence's door, your house would have been to the right,
Yes, ma'am.
and you called 911 on the night of this incident.
Yes.
So the kids were playing in the field that evening, right?
I believe so, yes.
And they were being very loud?
Oh, yeah.
And you heard what sounded like two people with raised voices, right?
Yes.
And then you heard a door slam.
Yes.
And then you heard banging on the wall, right?
Yes.
And that banging was really, really loud.
Yes.
So loud that it caused your cats to run under the bed or run off?
They didn't run under the bed until they heard the pop.
Okay. So you heard this banging, and then the banging stopped, right?
Yes, very briefly.
And then you heard it again, but only worse?
I can't say it was worse. No, about the same.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes.
Would seeing a copy of your deposition refresh your memory as to what you heard?
Yeah.
Okay. For Mr. Buxman, I'm referring to the witness's deposition, page 19.
I don't have my glasses. They're in my purse out there.
Well, you're probably going to have to read it. Is there no way we can take a break so she can get her glasses?
Yes, ma'am. Well, does she need to go in her purse? And go?
Just right beside the door here.
Okay.
Should I go get them?
Yeah, you can get off the stand, go get your stuff out of your purse, and come back. Thank you.
Bad news. Thank you.
Page 19, lines 1 through 7. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Number 3
Yes, ma'am.
to 7.
But read it to yourself, okay?
Okay. Okay.
You finished?
Yes.
So the banging stopped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And then you heard it again, only worse.
Yes.
Right? And then you heard a pop.
Yes.
Now the banging was so hard it was shaking the walls in your house, right?
Yes.
And you were scared.
Oh, yes.
And while this banging was happening, you heard voices, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a
Yes. I'm sorry.
That's okay. And the voices were loud.
Very loud.
The voices were aggressive.
Yes.
Like when the sheriff's office knocks on a front door real loud, right? Is that a
Yes.
yes? The voice was really loud and deep.
Yes.
The voice sounded like when someone gets really mad and really wants to scream, right?
Yes.
Guttural and deep.
Yes.
And it sounded like it was coming from outside, right?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is take our lunch break as soon as we have this witness excused. Your lunch is here. I'll ask you to put down your notebooks. Hold on. Ma'am, if you can just... I ask you to put down your notebooks. I'm going to remind you that you can't discuss the case over lunch. You can talk about whatever you want other than the one thing you have in common. But because discussing a case is a type of deliberation, you can't deliberate to the very, very end of the case. So again, enjoy your lunch. I got to give everyone in court at least an hour break. So we'll be, right now it's around 11:45. So we'll come back at 12:45. Does that give everyone enough time?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll see you at 12:45. All right, thank you. 12:45, everybody.
London, Coleman, Kinsey, 911.
Let me go back to school.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Who's here right now?
You're at FSU?
You can move them.
Guess FSU plays
Probably to
Ireland. Oh, yeah, coming up. Yeah. Right, so my sister went to FSU.
1:30.
And her,
Back to 2. And I would take Stiff. Yeah.
so they're all going to go to Ireland to watch the game.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Paxton and Medina.
2.
That's my nephew. Are you going to cheer against FSU because you like Georgia Tech? Because you're still a
No, not right now.
Oh, that's good.
Or New Banks.
But his parents both went to FSU. So.
No, we're going to it's not.
Right, it's for tomorrow.
All right, nice to see you. Have a good day.
Apologize that I didn't completely finish announcing you. You beat Tracy back, and I wasn't expecting that.
I don't worry too much about it. Say all right. One time, it was just answer we did copy one of those old ancient ones. You show me this, and it was here you go.
Oh, no.
day of the shooting?
Yes.
You said they were close to the tree?
Yes.
And there was a no trespassing sign in front of the tree, right?
Yes.
And they were kind of close?
Yeah.
May I have one moment?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, thank you.
You redirect?
Yes, sir. So, London, can you clarify or just demonstrate to the jury, and you can stand up if you need to do it, how Ajike tossed the sign?
Like this.
Okay.
She like picked it up and like went like that.
Hold on, I don't know. I can't. You did all the way stand up, yeah.
Picked it up and like went like tossed it like this.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything on that ground?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused, ma'am. Have a nice day, okay? We will see. Next witness, please.
Jonathan Cole. Jonathan Cole.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat, sir.
Will you please court? Can you please state your name for the record?
Jonathan Coleman
Where are you employed, sir?
at the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since 2016.
What is your position at the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
I want to go back to February 25th of 2022, sir. Were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the address of 1662 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember why you went there that day?
In reference to a battery.
Okay. Is that what the call for service was, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
So you went out there, and did other deputies meet you out there?
Yes, sir.
And when you were out there, did you investigate what the call was about?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ultimately speak to a woman by the name of Susan Lorincz?
I did.
And did she make any type of allegations?
She advised she was battered by her neighbor.
Okay. Did she say how that happened?
She was hit with a no trespassing sign.
Okay. And were you ultimately shown the sign?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And could you describe it to the jury?
It was like a cardboard type of sign that you would buy at it's like a plastic looking sign. It's not really cardboard.
Okay.
That you would buy at a store with a metal stake.
Okay. Now you talked to Miss Lorincz, and she made those allegations to you. Did you look to see if there were any marks or anything on Miss Lorincz?
I did.
All right. And what did you observe?
I didn't see any marks that appeared to be injuries on Miss Lorincz.
Okay. Did you see any marks?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did you see anything on her legs at all? You remember?
Not that I remember. All I can recall is what's on.
Okay. Do you remember seeing anything that you could specifically relate to? Did you see any mark, I guess, that you could specifically relate to this incident on her?
No, sir.
All right. And did you and other deputies speak to Miss Ajike Owens that day?
Yes, sir.
And so the defendant, Miss Lorincz, she accused Ajike Owens of throwing the sign?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you ultimately conclude your investigation on that day?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Did you make any arrest?
No, sir.
Okay. And after you concluded your investigation, did you leave the neighborhood?
I did.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Now, you went there in reference to a battery, right?
Yes, sir.
And you noticed that there was a no trespassing sign on Miss Lorinc's property. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that sign was in the yard area, right? Yes, sir.
I don't recall where the sign was, but I remember her showing it to me on her patio.
Okay, understood. And you spoke to Miss Owens, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Owens specifically told you that she thought Miss Lorincz did not own her yard because she was only renting. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And she went on to tell you that. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you tell Miss Owens that even if Miss Lorincz was only renting, she still couldn't trespass on her property?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did Miss Owens tell you that until Miss Lorincz showed her deed, she could not tell her that she could not walk her dog on Miss Lorinc's property? Is that right?
She did mention, I can't recall if that was the exact statements, but it was something to that effect. Yes, sir.
To the best of your recollection, what did she tell you?
That she would have to show her some type of documentation of ownership.
Even though Miss Lorincz lived there, right?
Yes.
And she knew she rented the property, right?
Yes, sir.
But Miss Owens wasn't satisfied with just that.
No, sir.
Did Miss Owens tell you that if her dog had a favorite spot on Miss Lorinc's property to use the restroom, it was going to go over there since Miss Lorincz was only renting? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did Miss Owens tell you that she picked up the no trespassing sign and said, I can go and buy a sign too? It doesn't mean anything. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Did you see a red mark on Miss Lorinc's leg?
There was. I can't tell you if it was a red mark, if it was an injury. I couldn't confirm that. From what I recall,
Yes, sir.
all I know is what I stated. From what I recall, is that it was. I couldn't tell what was on her leg due to her skin pigment.
Okay, gotcha. But it looked like there was a red mark there?
I'm not sure what was there. I can't recall exactly what was on her leg.
Okay. Do you remember us speaking about that at a deposition a couple months ago?
Yes, sir. I mean, I have the transcript. Can I refer to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would reading it refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
If you could go to page 11 of that deposition, lines 25 through page 12 of that deposition, lines 1 through 2, and just read it to yourself, and then we'll talk about it, okay?
What were the lines again, sir?
It's page 11,
Yep.
starting on line 25, and then go through page 12 and lines 1 through 2, please. And just read it to yourself, and then we'll talk about it, okay?
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember looking at her leg and seeing what you saw?
All I can tell you is what I said in this depo. I said that we talked about a mark on her leg,
Okay.
but we couldn't confirm that it was an injury.
Okay. Understood. Did you explain to Miss Owens that even though Miss Lorincz was only renting, she, being Miss Owens, still can't trespass over there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
Yeah.
Did Miss Lorincz show you some pictures on her cell phone that she took of Miss Owens when Miss Owens came over to her property that day?
She did.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you read your right?
No, Your Honor.
So you excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused. Thank you, sir.
Shelby Kinsey is the state's next witness.
Shelley?
Shelby.
Shelby. How do you spell the last name?
Kinsey, Kinscy.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Have a seat, ma'am.
How are you, sir?
Great.
May please. Can you please state your name for the record?
Corporal Shelby Kinsey,
Where are you employed, ma'am?
the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you employed there?
I've been employed for 8 years.
And what is your position at the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a patrol deputy.
I want to talk about December 22nd, 2022, ma'am. Were you a patrol deputy still for the Marion County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yes, I was.
And were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
Now, did you receive a call for service on that day to go to the address of 1662 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you go to that address?
Yes, I did.
And to your knowledge, what was that call for service about?
It was in regards to a verbal altercation.
Now, when you got to the residence there, did you talk to a Miss Susan Lorincz?
Yes, I did.
Did you talk to her at her residence?
Yes, I did.
Did you talk to her at her front door?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you spoke with Miss Lorincz, did she make any allegations to you?
Yes, she did.
All right. And I want to talk about, what did she first start talking to you about? What allegations?
She made an allegation that a woman came to her door and had threatened her.
Okay. And did she also complain about kids as well?
Yes, she had complained about children playing in the open field next to her apartment.
And what did she, do you remember what she talked to you, what was the first thing she started complaining to you about was? Either the kids or the mother, do you remember?
I don't recall which came first.
Okay, it's all right. And so she said a mother came to her door, and was this, from your understanding, in relation to the whole her complaining about kids trespassing, things like that?
Yes, it was.
All right. And did she say what did she say the mother did or said to her?
She said that the mother had threatened to drag her out and beat her.
Okay. Did she say if she did something again? Yes, when she said that, did she say that she would do that if Miss Lorincz did something again?
Yes, if she stepped towards her children.
Okay. So she said she would do that if Miss Lorincz did something to her children again?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that interaction with Miss Lorincz, did Miss Lorincz tell you, or did she make any allegations that her door was damaged at all during that incident?
No, she did not.
Did you notice any damage to her door while you were up there?
No, I did not notice.
Okay. And after speaking with Miss Lorincz, did you speak with Ajike, with another lady?
Yes, I spoke with another woman.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that the mother that Miss Lorincz was referring to?
Yes, it was.
And did you ask her about what happened?
Yes, I did.
And did you come to find out that woman, the mother you were talking to, was Ajike Owens?
Yes.
And so you spoke with Miss Lorincz and you spoke with Miss Owens. Did you make any arrests at all in that situation?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you ultimately leave the residence after you concluded your investigation?
Yes, I did.
No further questions?
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir, may I inquire?
Yes, ma'am?
Get out here.
So you responded out to Susan Lawrence's home on December 22nd of 2022,
Yes, I did.
and you spoke with Miss Lawrence,
Yes, I did.
and Miss Lawrence told you that a mother had come over to her home and knocked on her door that night, right?
Correct.
Susan Lawrence told you that this mother, Miss Owens, knocked on her door and told her that if she treats her son like this again, she's going to rip her ass out of her house and go and beat her up, right?
That was the accusation, yes.
And Susan told Miss Owens to get off her porch, that she was trespassing, right?
That's what Miss Lawrence said, yes.
So once you talked to Susan Lawrence, then you went across the street to try to find the mother, right?
I did.
And that's when you found out the person that went over to Susan's house was Miss Owens?
I did not get her name, but now I know who she is, yes.
So you never even got her mother's name that night?
Correct.
Miss Owens had told you that her 9-year-old son was mouthing off to Miss Lorincz, right?
That's what she said.
And Miss Owens told you that she took her 9-year-old son back over to Susan's house, right?
Correct.
Miss Owens herself told you that she knocked on Susan's door, and Susan immediately told her that she was trespassing and she needed to leave, right?
That's what Ms. Lorincz said, yes.
But that's what Miss Owens told you.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, I'm correct.
Miss Owens herself told you that after Susan told her that she was trespassing, that she said, "I'm here with my son and I just want to talk to you," right?
Correct.
Miss Owens herself told you, Susan Lorincz told her multiple times, "You're trespassing, get off my property," right?
Correct.
And Miss Owens told you that she said to Susan Lorincz on that night, "The next time you walk up on my kids, you're going to have to take it up with me," right?
Correct.
Miss Owens told you that she said that.
Correct.
And that's when, according to Miss Owens, Susan Lorincz said, "Okay, now you're threatening me and I'm calling the police," right?
Correct.
You told Miss Owens, "Listen, if there's a problem in the future, you need to call the police," right?
Yes.
Don't go back over there, right?
To my knowledge, that's what I told her.
Thank you. No further questions.
You redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. So just to clarify, when we spoke to Miss Owens said she originally went over there with her son to just talk to the defendant about the situation, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was her only intent of going over there with her son.
Objection, speculation?
So ruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
She excused? Oh, you need additional question?
No, sir.
She excused?
Yes, Judge.
You're excused. Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Judge.
State calls Tony Gann, Gann.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat, sir.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
Hi, my name's Troy Gann.
What do you do for a living?
I am a 911 dispatcher or emergency telecommunicator.
How long have you, what do you do as a 911 dispatcher?
I answer 911 phone calls.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
7.5 years.
Can you explain to the jury what happens logistically when somebody calls 911?
I usually get their address, get their emergency, and then send it to a dispatcher to then dispatch the units out to it.
So you are different than a dispatcher? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. What's the difference between a 911 operator and a dispatcher?
The dispatcher works the radio, the 911 operator works the phone.
So are you, as a 911 operator, the person that is actually talking to the person calling?
I'm actually talking to the person calling.
Is there a system in place at the 911 center that documents the time in which a person calling 911 actually dials and starts the call?
Yes, it is recorded.
Does the system also document the exact time the 911 operator answers?
Yes.
Does it document the length of the call?
Yes.
The time the caller hangs up?
Yes.
Does it document the phone number from which the call is made?
Yes.
How does you mentioned the address earlier, how does the address get entered into the system?
We usually get a block range when it comes in, and then we will ask the caller for their specific address, and then we will put that in.
Okay, so you manually type in the information?
Manually type that in, yes.
Does the 911 system record the entire conversation between the 911 operator and the caller?
Yes.
When someone requests it, are you or another member of your agency able to go back into the system and pull a specific 911 call that's been made?
Yes.
Assuming it hasn't been made many, many years ago.
Yes,
Okay.
it's saved in a database.
Let me direct your attention to June 2nd of 2023 at approximately 8:54 p.m. Did you receive a 911 call made by a person who said she was Susan Lorincz?
Yes.
From which address?
I do not recall.
If it would refresh your memory, if you were able to look at the log of the 911 call.
Yes.
Don't read it out. I don't know if you recognize it or if that's refreshed your memory.
Yes.
From what address did that call come?
1668 Southwest 108th Lane.
At what time did Ms. Lawrence call 911?
$2102.49.
Would that be the time that she picked up the phone?
That would be the time I picked up the phone.
Okay, so presumably she would have picked up the phone a few seconds
Before that.
Was that call recorded?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Showing you marked the state's exhibit C for identification. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
What is that disc?
It is a disc you played for me, and I signed it.
Does that, you see your initials on it?
I do.
Does that disc fairly accurately depict the 911 call that you received from Susan Lawrence?
It does.
This time, state will move C into evidence as, I believe, 4.
Any objection?
Subject to our previous objections.
All right. Subject to any previous objections, the letter C will be in evidence as number 2. 4. Sorry.
Have you also reviewed prepared transcripts of that 911 call?
I have.
May I approach?
Sure.
Showing you states exhibit D for identification. Can you take a look at those transcripts and tell me if you recognize those?
I do.
And are those a fair and accurate transcription of the 911 call that you listened to?
They are.
Did you also initial those transcripts while listening to the same disc I just showed you?
I did.
Thank you. This time, Your Honor, may I publish the 911 call with the transcripts just authenticated, if I can provide a copy to the jury also?
Is there any objection to that?
No, sir.
Without objection, you can publish it and have transcripts for the jurors. Thank you.
If I could have access to the...
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. And for the record, Judge, the transcripts are demonstrative aids, will not be going back into the jury room with the jury.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, the recording is in evidence, and you can re-listen to that. the transcripts you can use at this point. The transcripts are not in evidence. Go ahead.
Thank you.
911, what is the address emergency?
1662 Southwest 107th Lane.
All right, and then can you repeat that for me one more time to make sure I have it correct?
1662 Southwest 107th Lane.
All right, what is your phone number in case you get disconnected?
352-777-5909.
What is your name?
Susan Lorincz.
I'm sorry, you said your name was Susan?
Yes,
And what was your last name, Susan?
Lorincz, Lorincz.
All right, and tell me exactly what happened.
We got kids trespassing again. They're leaving all the toys around. They're just screaming, yelling, just being absolutely obnoxious. I went and threw the roller skates over to the other side. The kid says, I'm going to beat you up for that. And he's mouthing off to me.
All right.
Right in my own home.
Is he out there right now?
Yeah, there are several kids out there right now, and I'm fearing for my life. I'm very scared.
Okay. All right, and what unit number are you in?
3.
Unit 3, okay.
Yes.
Do they also live in the same building?
No, they live across the street.
Okay. Were there any weapons involved?
No.
How many people are involved?
Earlier, there was about 20 kids out there screaming, yelling, asked them to leave. They're like, screw you. Now there's 3 boys.
3?
Yes.
Okay.
And the kid saying I took his iPad and all this other shit was just in his through. The only thing that was okay was a roller skates, and I don't want to get tangled with these children.
All right, and are they white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
I think one is Hispanic, the other 2 are black.
All right, and then the Hispanic, how old would you say he was?
At 12.
12, all right. Were they all about the same age?
They're
all right. All right, and then the Hispanic male, what is he wearing?
He's dark out. He's got, I think, a T-shirt and pants on.
Do you know what color T-shirt?
No, I couldn't tell him that.
Okay.
I just don't like them coming around my house. They've been coming onto my deck, my patio, and telling me, get up, when I'm watching TV and stuff. They have no business over here. There's no trespassing sign. I don't like the kids threatening me that they're going to beat me up, that they're going to get someone else to kill me. And this is just ridiculous.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
I locked my doors.
All right, who is in charge of the property?
Charles Gabbard.
I'm sorry?
Charles Gabbard owns the actual quad site.
All right, but are you on the lease?
Oh, yeah, I'm just...
Okay.
I leased the 1 unit. They just keep badgering me. I'm just sick of these children. Now that they're home from school, it's like, craziness.
All right, do you want you to avoid that person and then keep your doors and windows locked? An officer will be dispatched as soon as possible. Do you want the officer to contact you?
Please, yes.
All right.
Because what's going to happen is his mom's going to go out and wait for the officer and run and say, oh, my God, I was threatening her kid, which just isn't true.
All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and let you go, but please call us back if anything changes or if you get any further information or if they do leave, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Now, earlier, I think I asked you that question. I asked you if the system knows when the 911 system would have been accessed by when the caller makes the call. I can show you a copy of the log of the call. When does it say the system would, when the moment the 911 caller picked up the phone and made the call?
It would be at 20:54:12.
Okay. 8:54 and 12 seconds?
8:54 and 12 seconds. Yeah, sorry.
And did you, in fact, dispatch, or would an officer have been dispatched as a result of this call?
Yes.
And how does that actually happen?
So as soon as I drop the call as trespassing, it goes over to the sheriff's office, and then one of their dispatchers would send the unit out.
Okay. And would that be done very quickly after?
Within seconds, yeah.
Understood. Thank you, sir. May I collect the transcript, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I have all the transcripts from the jury. Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
Is he excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused. Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
I'm sorry? Yes.
Did he take it with him? Make sure he doesn't have the DVD. Make sure he doesn't have the DVD.
Never mind, I do have it, Your Honor.
Okay.
No fault. Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's the next witness?
State calls Kamisha Mobley.
Man, stand, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Kamisha Mobley.
You're going to have to speak up a little bit, or move up a little bit, or speak a little louder.
Kamisha Mobley.
Thank you. Where do you work?
I work for a 911 operator at Marion County Sheriff's.
How long have you been doing that?
3 years.
3 years? Let me direct your attention to June 2nd, 2023 at approximately 9:02 or so p.m. Was a phone call received by the 911 center regarding a shooting that happened at or near 1662 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala?
Yes.
Were you the call taker for that call?
Yes, sir.
Did the caller identify herself?
No.
To your knowledge, was law enforcement already en route to that location from a prior 911 call when you picked up this call?
I do not recall.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Showing us the marked State's Exhibit E for identification. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, sir.
What is that disc?
It is my 911 recording for the call I took.
How do you recognize that disc?
Initials.
Have you listened to it?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the recording of the 911 call that you took from this call?
Yes, sir.
This time, the state will move E into evidence next in line, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Subject to previous objections.
All right, states E will be in evidence as states number 5.
Have you also looked at a transcription of that call,
Yes, sir.
showing us the marked states exhibit F is in Frank? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on it.
Have you listened to the 911 call while reading the transcripts to assure that the transcripts are accurate?
Yes, sir.
Are they accurate?
Yes, sir.
What was the letter designation of that?
That was F as in Frank.
Thank you.
With permission of the court, may I publish the 911 call along with the transcripts?
Any objection?
No, sir.
Without objection, you can publish the 911 call, and the transcript can be given to the jury for demonstrative purposes.
The court will give me access again, please.
What's the address of the emergency?
1662 Southwest 157th Way. Oh my God, this lady just tried to break down my door. I shot through the door. Oh my God.
Okay, repeat that address for me to make sure I have it correct.
1662 Southwest 157th Way.
Okay, what is your name?
Susan Lorincz.
Okay, take a deep breath for me. Calm down.
Oh my God.
You said someone tried to break down your door, is that correct?
Yes, yes, the woman was screaming and yelling and she was trying to break down my door and she was...
Okay, it was a female?
Yes. I didn't know what to do. I grabbed my gun and I shot at the door. And I thought she was going to get me. Oh my God.
Okay, you said you shot at the door, is that correct?
Yes, I shot at the door because she wouldn't stop. I told her to get away and she wouldn't. She just begged to stay.
Okay, where's your gun now?
It's in my bedroom. I didn't know what to do. I was panicking. This is the woman who attacked me.
Okay, do you still see the subject?
I don't know where she is. I'm still in my house. I didn't open my door to her.
Is it just only you in the home?
Yes, it's just me.
Okay, I just need you to lock all your doors and windows, okay?
I have.
Okay, I'm going to stay on the line until the deputies get there.
Okay. My son said they were going to come and kill me.
And did you know her?
Yes, she's come after me several times because of her children. Her children keep trespassing over here. They're bothering me and bothering me. They won't fucking stop.
Is she a neighbor?
Yes.
Do you know where she lives?
She lives at 1663 Southwest 107th Lane.
1663 Southwest 107th Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know her name?
Ajike Owens.
I'm sorry, what was the first name?
Ajike, A-J-I-K-E.
Okay. Just let me know when you see the deputies. And like you said your gun is put up in the bedroom.
Yes,
is that
yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes. Okay. Jesus Christ.
And what unit number is for the subject?
I don't know. I don't know if she's 1 or 2.
Okay.
She has an old broken down Honda or something, a white car in front of her house. It's all garbage.
You said a white Honda?
Yes. And then she has a new Acura.
Okay. You're doing good. Just take a deep breath for me. We do have deputies on the way, okay?
Okay.
And do you see the male subject, or you just see the female?
See, her boys were here earlier. They keep leaving the garbage all around the house.
Okay.
And then I told them to take the crap away, get the fuck out of here.
Do you know where the boyfriend is now?
I'm sorry?
Do you know where the boyfriend is now?
No.
Okay.
I'm not screaming outside now.
And we do have deputies getting close, okay?
Okay, I think they're here now. I see the light.
Okay, if they're there, I'll go ahead and let you go.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
And again, for the record, just like earlier, those transcripts are used as demonstrative aids only, they're not going back.
Yes, sir.
And I have all 8 transcripts from the jurors here.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Policy examination.
No, sir, no questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Have a nice day.
Okay, next call is Michael Stringer.
What's his first name?
Michael.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Deputy Michael Stringer,
Where do you work?
the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a patrol deputy.
How long have you worked there?
I worked for the Marion County Sheriff's Office for 5 years.
And as a patrol deputy, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
I respond to calls, do proactive patrol, and whatever needs to be done.
So someone calls 911, you get dispatched, and you go out to deal with whatever the situation is.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me direct your attention to June 2nd, 2023, at about 9:04 p.m. As you respond to a call about a trespass at 1662 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala.
Yes.
Is that in Marion County?
Yes.
And were you dispatched or asked to go to that scene by the 911 operator?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were located when you were told to go to the scene?
I do believe I was at the South Multi-District Office on 441.
About how far away is that from the location where this happened?
between 10 and 15 minutes.
Did you start to head to that location immediately?
Yes.
And am I correct? Were you initially sent there for the trespass call?
Yes.
Were you alone?
No.
Who were you with?
I trained new officers, so I had an officer in training with me.
Position that you have? Do you still do that now?
Yes.
What were you driving?
My marked Ford Explorer.
Did you, while you and your trainee, Deputy Barboza, were on the way to the scene, did you get updated information based on a second 911 call made?
Yes. We received a call in reference to a shooting.
Once you received the call, now it being regarding a shooting, did you do anything to get there more quickly?
Yes, we activated our lights and sirens.
Right, yeah, I have access to the screen again. When you arrived on scene, can you tell the jury a picture of what was going on and what you saw?
When I arrived on scene, I observed the victim to be laying in the field with multiple people standing around, and it was complete chaos. And as you can see,
I'm showing you photograph 7 of States 1. You said there was somebody lying on the ground?
Yes.
Generally, where was she located?
Right where the spotlight, the light you see right there.
Okay. Are we talking like by the tree area?
Yes.
Okay. Did you eventually determine who that person was?
Yes.
Who was it?
Miss Ajike Owens.
Did you eventually, not at this first moment, but did you eventually see any injuries to her?
I did not approach initially to find injuries, no.
Okay. At some point later on, did you learn she had been injured?
Yes, I was advised she had been injured.
Okay. Were you directed where the shooter was located?
Yes.
Okay. So tell the jury, explain to the jury what happens when you walk up, you see Miss Owens on the ground. What do you do and why do you do it?
So when I arrived, like as stated before, she was on the ground, and we do not know where the shooter is, the person with the gun, and we do not want to get shot ourselves, so we have to eliminate whatever threat there may be before we can address the victim.
So when you walked up, did you not stop and treat the victim at that point?
Not initially.
Okay. You went to, where'd you go?
We went to the suspect's apartment, where we then detained the suspect, so then we could attend to the victim.
And do you see where her apartment would be located in this photo, photo 7 of States 1?
Yes, it's going to be almost directly behind where the tree is.
In this general area?
Yes.
Explain what happened when you walked onto that porch.
I gave commands for the suspect to exit the home with her hands up and ensured she did not have the weapon on her. And I then placed her in handcuffs and escorted her to my vehicle so she could be secured.
Did she say anything about where the weapon was?
Yes, she said it was on a bedside table.
Do you see the person that you made contact with at that door that told you that here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
The purple jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It was so reflect.
After she came to the door and you informed her that you were going to place her in the patrol car, did she ask you anything before you left the area where her front door was?
She did ask me about her cat.
Remember what she asked about?
Yeah, I believe she asked if she could feed her cat or something.
Okay, she had some concern about her cat.
Some concern about her cat.
Understood. Was she placed under arrest at that point?
No, she was just being detained.
Okay, and was there still an investigation going on?
Yes.
Once the defendant was secured, placed in the back of the patrol car, did you then turn your attention to the victim?
Yes.
Explain what you and your trainee, Deputy Barboza, did for Ms. Owens.
I went to the back of my car where I retrieved my agency-issued medical kit bag. It's like a green bag. It has a bunch of medical supplies in it. Deputy trainee Barboza at the time began doing CPR compressions on the victim and was assisted by Deputy Welfenberg.
Are all patrol deputies trained as first responders to handle that basic life support?
Yes.
Did emergency medical services quickly arrive?
Yes.
And did they assume treatment once they arrived?
Yes.
And what happened with Miss Owens? Did she stay there or was she transported someplace?
She was transported somewhere.
Was she eventually pronounced deceased at the hospital?
Yes.
What did you do once you turned the treatment over to EMS and once she was transported?
I've been gathering information, trying to figure out who was there when the incident occurred, and just gather more information and gather people up into groups so I could identify who was who.
What do you do to maintain the integrity of the scene to make sure that nobody comes onto the scene or could mess up evidence and things like that?
We set up a crime scene tape, which I set up.
Is that what we see, the yellow tape in the photograph?
Yes.
Was there also a crime scene log started?
Yes.
What is that?
It's just a sheet of paper where you log everybody that comes in or out of the crime scene. That way we can keep the integrity, as he said, and a record of who was there.
At this point, would other detectives, crime scene investigators, and other members of your agency like that start coming to the scene and continue the investigation?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement in collecting evidence, doing formal interviews of people, or is that what other people did?
No, that's for the detectives and stuff too.
Fair enough. After you set up this crime scene tape, did you basically just kind of save the scene for general security?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you make contact with the defendant and collect her cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, how did that happen?
I was conducting routine checks on her just to make sure she didn't have any medical issues or anything. I was sitting in the back of the car and I noticed she had pulled her phone out from somewhere, so I took it from her.
And what'd you do with it?
I placed it inside a different compartment of my vehicle.
Was that phone eventually turned over to a detective?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever look through her phone or scroll through and investigate what was on it?
No.
That's not your role?
No.
Thank you, Deputy. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Deputy, when Miss Lawrence exited her residence, she came out peacefully, correct?
Yes.
You described her as an older lady, is that right?
I never described her. I don't believe.
On this night, June 2nd to 2023, while we're here, you checked on her a few times because you were all there for quite a while and she was an older lady, right?
Yes.
You've described the neighborhood that Miss Lawrence lived at as a troubled neighborhood, is that right?
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
Goes to your state of mind, Your Honor.
So overruled.
You've described this neighborhood as a troubled neighborhood, is that right?
Possibly. I don't recall.
Okay. Is it a troubled neighborhood?
Yes.
There's drug activity in the neighborhood, is that right?
Objection relevance.
Goes to your state of mind as well, Your Honor.
Approach. Sustain the objection.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
You need to redirect?
There you are. Thank
You excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You're
Thank you,
excused.
State's next witness would be Aaron Barboza.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Deputy Aaron Barboza.
So you're a deputy. Do you work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
How long do you work for the Sheriff's Office, sir?
A little over a year.
Prior to working for the Sheriff's Office, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
Yes, sir, I did. I worked for the Broward County Sheriff's Office for approximately 3 years.
Were you a deputy down there?
Yes, sir.
And then you came up here to Marion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were working as a deputy or a trainee back on June 2nd, 2023, the day of this incident?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So while you were working that day, did you receive a call for service at 1668 Southwest? It's 107th Lane in Ocala, or 108th Lane in Ocala.
Yes, I did.
And is that in, did you respond to that address, sir?
Yes, I did.
And why, what was the nature of the call when you first got dispatched to that area?
So the initial call was for a trespassing.
All right. At some point, did the call for service change to a different?
Yes, it did. And while we were en route to it, it got updated to a shooting that just occurred.
So did you arrive at the residence?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
Approximately 9:05 p.m. Oh, correction. It was approximately 9:08.
9:08?
9:08.
So approximately 9:08 p.m. you arrive. First, at the area that you arrived, is that in Marion County, sir?
Yes, it is.
What did you see when you arrived?
I saw the victim laying on the ground, and several people were stating that she was shot.
Now, did you also go to a residence and detain someone?
Yes, I did.
Okay, if you could please describe that.
In what way?
Yeah, did you like go up to the door?
So, yeah, myself and my field training officer, we walked up and gave loud commands for her to exit, at which point she did exit, and we were able to place her in handcuffs.
Okay. And the individual who was placed in handcuffs, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to him, identify him by article of clothing?
She's wearing what appears to be a purple sweater.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant?
It will so reflect.
Now, when you were there detaining the defendant at her door, did she make any statements to you?
Yes, she did. We asked her where the firearm was located, at which point I believe she said it was in the bedroom. And she had also asked us to make sure the door was closed because she didn't want her cats getting out.
Were you wearing a body cam that evening, sir?
Yes, I was.
Was your body camera working?
Yes, it was.
And recording?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you what we previously marked as State's Exhibit G for identification purposes, sir. Can you take a look at that? Have you reviewed that disc, sir?
Yes, I have.
Is that a portion of your body camera from the evening that you just testified to?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of a portion of your body camera, sir?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit G.
Subject to our object, subject to our.
I note the objection to overrule the objection. Do you want me to read the instruction on
Yes, sir.
edited recordings?
Please.
Okay. So states G would be in evidence as states number 6. Members of the jury, if you can listen carefully to me. Members of the jury, you are about to view or listen to an audio or video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view or listen to and consider this evidence. Let me know when you're ready.
We're ready, Your Honor.
1 second.
She said there's an old white lady.
Do you have your trauma bag? Bro, where? Ex-military. She's in the house, bro. That apartment. Right here. This first apartment. I need like a 49.
Baby, wake up!
That one right there.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up, baby! Wake up! Baby, wake up! Come on! Hey, baby, wake up!
We need to do CPR real quick.
Baby, wake up!
CPR.
Baby, wake up!
Let me see. Do we have any pulse?
Signal 35. Just for
Do we have any pulse?
Signal 0. For station 1033.
We got a pull! We got a pull! I'm in front. All right. Sheriff's office, come outside with your hands up! This is the Marion County Sheriff's Office, come outside with your hands up! Show me your hands! Show me your hands! Turn around! Turn around! Where's your gun at? You got hands? You got hands? You're going to be detained. Is there anybody else in the house?
There's somebody else in the house. Can I just get my
No,
daughter?
no, not right now.
All right.
You're not under arrest. You're being detained.
Okay, I understand.
Come over here.
Wait, can you close the door? I have two cats inside.
Hold
I
on.
want the cats to run out.
Get my med bag. Start giving first aid. The police bag? Green shoulder bag. Here. Go assess the person down. Okay.
Now, Deputy Barboza, we see in your body cam as you're approaching the defendant's residence, there is an individual on the ground. Did you find out that individual was Ajike Owens?
Yes, I did.
Now, we see you leaving the patrol vehicle. What did you go and do as you left the patrol vehicle?
I then checked the victim for a pulse and to see if she was breathing, at which point I determined she was not, so I began to administer first aid.
Okay. So when you went up to Miss Owens on the ground, you checked for a pulse. There was no pulse. You checked if she was breathing. There was no breathing. Did you hear Miss Owens say anything?
No, I did not.
Okay. Was she unresponsive?
Yes.
Did you observe any wounds at all on Miss Owens?
She had a gunshot wound to, I believe it was the upper right side of her chest.
So you provided medical assistance?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you were providing medical assistance and you were tending to Miss Owens, did you get pretty close to Miss Owens there on the ground?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you were next to Miss Owens, did you ever see any firearms on Miss Owens?
No, I did not.
Have you ever seen firearms in the immediate area?
No, I did not.
Did you see any weapons of any kind on Miss Owens' person?
No, I did not.
Did you see any in the immediate area?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to a Uriel Baez Rodriguez?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Was it pretty soon after you arrived there?
Maybe 10 to 12 minutes after my arrival.
Okay. And just how would you describe just as a general condition?
Very emotionally distraught.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No cross
Be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Have a nice day, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Does anyone need a break before we go further? All right. Next witness, please.
Okay. The state would call Deputy Ashton Welfenberg.
What's his first name?
Ashton, it's a female.
Her first name. What is her last name?
Welfenberg, Welfenberg.
Raise your right hand for me.
Face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to be able to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Have a seat, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Ashton Welfenberg, and I'm a deputy with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a deputy with the sheriff's office?
2 years, sir.
What's your position there? Just a patrol deputy?
Patrol deputy, yes, sir, and field training officer.
All right. So I want to talk about June 2nd, 2023. Were you on duty as a patrol deputy that evening?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you receive a call for service in the area of 1668 Southwest 108th Lane in Ocala?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, what time do you remember that you arrived at that residence?
I don't recall, but I can look at the CAD notes. and
Sure.
refresh.
Straight to yourself now and let me know your memory is incorrect.
I'm ready, sir.
I'm sorry?
I'm ready, sir.
Okay. What time did you arrive? You remember?
21:09 hours.
Okay, so about, that's 9:09?
Yes, sir.
Non-military time?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you arrived at 9:09. What did you see when you arrived? Can you describe to the jury the scene?
Sure. When I arrived, I saw Deputy Stringer. He was escorting an elderly female, the defendant, away from a residence. There was a group of people near a tree, and at their feet was the victim, Miss Owens. And there was another young deputy, Deputy Barboza, who was there trying to render Miss Owens aid.
Now, did you go up to Miss Owens there on the ground?
Yes, sir, I did.
Or did you assess the situation?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe any bleeding, any blood, any injuries, things like that?
Yes. So Miss Owens was bleeding from her mouth. At the time I evaluated her, she did have a faint pulse. She had an injury to her upper right torso that was consistent with a gunshot wound. When I cut her clothing away, I didn't see any exit wound.
So you removed her shirt, and did you have to cut a bra as well?
Yes, I cut her shirt and I cut a portion of her sports bra that she was wearing in order to assess her wound better and to help treat her.
Did you treat the wound at all while you were there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, when you were there, did you ever hear Miss Owens make any statements?
No, sir.
Was Miss Owens unresponsive the entire time you were next to her?
Yes, sir.
Was Miss Owens ultimately taken by paramedics?
Yes, sir, she was.
Now, did you see the defendant in this case, Miss Susan Lorincz?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, you mentioned earlier, I think she was at the scene and she was being taken to the patrol car.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you speak to any witnesses in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, there on the scene while you were there, did you come into contact with a Isaac Williams?
Yes, sir.
Did you come into contact with a Israel Owens as well?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you speak to them?
Yes, sir.
In what condition were they?
Objection relevance.
What's the relevance of this? Sustain the objection. Let's move on a little bit.
Now, when you saw Miss Owens there on the ground, you were pretty close to her.
Yes, sir.
Did you observe any weapons on Miss Owens' person?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you see any weapons on the ground right around Miss Owens' area?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. Did you see any firearms on Miss Owens' person?
No, sir.
Or any firearms on the ground in Miss Owens' immediate person?
No, sir.
Now, the defendant, was she ultimately put in the back of your patrol car?
Yes, sir.
And did you, I guess, stand by the defendant for some time there at the scene?
I stood by her briefly at the scene, and I transported her to the Marion County Sheriff's Office to be interviewed by detectives.
Okay. So you spent some time with her standing there at the scene and then ultimately taking her to the Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And how would you describe her demeanor during your interaction with her?
She seemed to be indifferent. She wasn't.
Objection, improper opinion, speculation, move to strike.
Overrule the objection.
You can finish answering the question.
She seemed to be indifferent. She wasn't crying or what I would expect of somebody who
Hold
has
on,
just shot me.
Just describe what you saw.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I have, make 1 second, Your Honor. No further questions.
No questions.
You're excused. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Excuse, Judge.
Next witness.
State calls Taylor Paxton.
Raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ma'am, have a seat, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Taylor Paxton. I am a forensic DNA technician for the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
Before you became a forensic DNA technician, what did you do for the Sheriff's Office?
Before I was a DNA technician, I was a law dispatcher for about a year and a half.
Are you also a crime scene investigator?
I am.
How long have you been doing crime scene investigation work for the Sheriff's Office?
I'm cross-trained with it with DNA, so about 2.5 years.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office in total?
About 4 years.
Can you describe to the jury your training and experience that allows you to do crime scene work?
I have a bachelor's degree with the University of South Florida for interdisciplinary social sciences, training through the National Forensic Science and Technology Center, as well as 6 months on-the-job training for DNA and about 4 months on-the-job training for crime scene investigation.
Have you heard the term processing a scene?
Yes, I have.
Can you describe to the jury what that means and what it involves?
Typically, that will involve taking photographs or overalls of the scene. Sometimes it'll be also a video, and then you will investigate the scene, see if there's anything of potential value, and then you will collect those items if necessary.
Do you often, especially if the scene is such as a homicide type scene or some kind of a more complicated scene, do you work in teams?
Often, yes.
And why is that?
There's usually a lot to process, a lot to collect, and it's just crime scene techs helping each other.
Are there different ways to collect different types of evidence?
Yes, there are.
What do you mean by that?
So Some items might be swabbed, some items might be collected whole. It all depends on the scenario. Some items may only have fingerprints on them, which you collect the fingerprints off of them. It all depends on what needs to be collected.
And are you trained in the different methods of collecting and processing different types of evidence?
Yes, I am.
When you collect or find a piece of evidence that you think could be relevant to something, explain to the jury what you do with it if you're going to take it into custody and collect it.
If I'm going to take it into custody, first off, I will take an overall photo of it. So that's just a general photo of the area with the item in it. Then I'll take a mid-range photo of it, which is a closer-up photo, and then a close-up photo, which is just the item itself. Then I might label it with what's called an easel, which is like a yellow tent with a number on it, and then I will take more photos of it and then collect the item in a paper bag.
You say you put it in a paper bag?
Yes.
Once you collect it and put it in a paper bag, what do you do with it?
It will then be sealed. We put our tag on it. It depends on what it is, but it'll be the case number, our initials, the date, all that kind of information, and then it will be taken into custody.
And how do you seal it?
That will be sealed with a type of evidence tape all the way around all the openings.
What do you do with that tape to make sure that a year or so down the road, people know that you were the one that collected it?
That will be tagged, so that will have my initials and my unit ID on it.
Let me draw your attention to Friday, June 2nd of 2023. Did you respond to a residence located at 1662 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala? Specifically Unit 3.
Yeah, if I may, it was technically both 107th Lane and 108th Lane, but yes, it was on a curve.
Is that in Marion County?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe to the jury the type of structure that location, that apartment 3, is part of?
Unit 3 or Apartment 3, it's part of a building called a quadplex, so it's essentially 4 separate apartments that are built into one building.
When you arrived, was there already a yellow crime scene put up around the area?
Yes, there was.
Can you tell the jury a picture of what was going on when you arrived?
So it's about 10 o'clock at night, so it's pretty dark. I get there, there's multiple Marion County Sheriff's Office personnel on scene, pretty much just talking to the bystanders nearby. There was crime scene tape wrapped around what I would consider the east or the right side yard area by this unit, and there was several items scattered throughout the yard.
Without telling me what was said, because the rules in this situation don't let me ask you what other people said, but were you given an update or a briefing on the status of the investigation up to the point where you arrived?
Yes, I was.
Does that information help you in processing a scene and determining what things are relevant versus not relevant?
Yes, it does.
Did you take photos of the residence?
Of the exterior and yard area, yes.
Did you ever go inside Unit 3, the residence?
No, I did not.
Was that somebody else's role?
Correct.
And who was that?
That was Catherine Medina.
And who is she?
She's, at the time, she was a crime scene investigator. Now she's a supervisor.
As far as your role in this case, was it primarily focused on the outside area?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I have access to the TV, please? Showing you photograph 7 of States 1. What does this show?
This is the front yard area of Unit 3.
And where is the front door to Susan Lorinc's residence?
If you see the middle green mailbox, it's just above that. So just behind that big tree.
Just behind the tree, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. We see the yellow tape strung up. What is that?
That's the crime scene tape sectioning off that area.
Showing you photograph 8 of States 1. What do we see here?
That's just to the right of the image that you just saw. So it's the rest of the yard and more crime scene tape.
Between the residence that you were called out to investigate and the residence to the right of that, is there a relatively large open field?
Yes, there is.
Showing you photograph 9 of States 1. You mentioned some yellow easels to mark evidence. What do we see here?
You can't really see the ones in the back, but the one in the front, you can see one of the roller skates with an easel labeled 1.
Now, was this skate at easel 1, was that located outside of the crime scene tape?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any involvement in putting up the crime scene tape and determining how big to make the area?
No, I did not.
Did you collect that roller skate?
Yes, I did.
Yes, sir?
What the market takes for the age identification? What is that item?
This is a green and black roller skate from Easel 1. May I have gloves?
Small, medium, large?
Medium is fine. Sorry. Thank you.
Is that item sealed like you previously described with evidence tape?
Yes, it is.
Have your initials on that seal?
Yes, it does.
Right. Can you just open that up and get a chance to look inside and tell me if you recognize the contents? Scissors be easier?
Possibly. Thank you. Sorry, yes it is.
What's inside?
Oh, it is a black and green roller skate.
Is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that evening?
Yes, it is.
This time state would move H into evidence as 7.
Objection.
Without objection?
Correct, no objection.
Without objection, states H should be in evidence as number what?
7?
7.
Yes. Can you just take it out and show it to the jury?
Oh, sure.
Did you find any other roller skates in that taped off area?
Yes, I did.
Actually, I went ahead. Is that photograph 10 of states 1? Is that just a close up of the skate you just showed?
Yes, it is.
Where are the other two the other roller skates that you mentioned?
You can kind of see them. They're on the right side of the screen. I believe they're marked 2 and 3. Yes.
Showing you states, or photograph 12 of states 1. Is this just a close up of those two skates?
Yes, it is.
Showing you photograph 13 of states 1. What does this show?
It's a blue and white pineapple pattern roller skate.
Putting up the marked states exhibit I for identification. Did you collect that skate in the photo?
Yes, I did.
Can you open that up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents, please?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Actually, if I may, this is from Easel 3.
Oh, I can use it wrong. My fault.
Apologies.
Let me show you first. Let me show you states exhibit J.
There we go. Yes, Easel 2.
Is that also sealed?
Yes, it is.
Can you open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a blue and white pineapple roller skate.
Same one we see in the picture?
Yes.
Is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
This time state would move J into evidence as state 8.
No objection.
States J be in evidence as number 8. Without objection.
And showing you photograph 14 of states 1. What does this show?
Excuse me. The other roller skate, another blue and white pineapple pattern roller skate.
Is that the skate in that bag that I gave you first?
Yes, it is.
Can you open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, it is.
What is it?
It's a blue and white pineapple pattern roller skate.
Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
This time state would move I into evidence as state 9.
No objection.
Without objection, states I be in evidence as states number 9.
Would you please remove one of the skates? They're the same, aren't they?
Yes.
Showing you again photograph 12 of States 1. About how far away were those skates from the patio entrance to Ms. Lorinc's residence?
Approximately, I would say 20 to 30 feet, not terribly far.
Showing you photograph 15 of States 1. What do we see here?
It looks like a red piece of clothing and a sign, and also the patio of Unit 3.
The patio that we see in the front door, or the front portion here, this door, is that the door to Ms. Lorinc's residence?
That is correct.
Showing you photograph 16 of States 1. What does this show?
It's the victim's red t-shirt.
Were you made aware that the victim was treated in that area and had clothing removed to help treat her?
That's correct.
Showing you again photograph 15 of States 1. We see an easel in the top right next to a sign. What easel number is that?
That's easel 5.
And what was found there?
It was a no trespassing private property type sign.
Showing you photograph 17 of States 1. Can you describe that sign?
It was just a plastic black and white sign that said private property on it.
Are those the kind of signs that you can go and just buy at Lowe's?
Yes.
What are they made out of? Well, are they like heavy duty? Are they
No.
things?
It's like a piece of plastic, nothing too sturdy.
And was the sign just stuck in the ground like this when you saw it?
Yes, it was.
And photograph 18 of States 1, is that just the opposite side of the same sign?
That's the opposite side.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You said that you took photos of the location
Yes,
outside of the residence.
correct.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what's been marked by identification as Defense Exhibit B.
Okay.
What is it?
This is the yard area where the 2 roller skates were found in the sign.
Can you go ahead and go through it and see if what else is in that pile?
Okay. Picture of the shirt, yard around the area, the patio area, a close-up of the back door, the sliding glass door, another picture of the sliding glass door, a picture of the private property sign in the sliding glass door, a different angle of the same, and I did not take those pictures. I didn't count them, but yes, just the exterior area up to
that point?
yes, up to this point.
So those photos that you were just looking at, the first 8 of which you said that were, oh, did I leave? Oh, that's yours.
I don't know. That wasn't mine. I don't know where it was left.
I don't think that was mine either.
Sorry.
So the first 8 of those photos in defense, what's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit B, you took those photos?
Yes.
And were they a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took that night?
Yes.
May I have a moment to confer with counsel?
Sure.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Did you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
She excused? You're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, ma'am? You need a break? A short break. So leave your notebooks here and return to the jury. Remember, you cannot discuss the case, okay? Let me tell you guys something.
Can you tell me?
Thank you. Take a short break.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, my last question was.
Today? Yeah, as long as they include
From here?
She's from here, but she said she'd rather go home to shoot the baby. And come back in the morning.
Okay. No, nothing good. We're running ahead of schedule. We are. I can't. I was going to say stiff on before the stiff is going to take several hours. Yes, I'm sure not. That's true. I didn't think of that. I didn't think that'd be pretty. Probably 3:30 to 4. Can you do that? If not, just tell me. Yeah, I got it. Never mind. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Yep, I am. I tell you. Thanks, ma'am. You will likely be needed, once you be here around 9, we're going to have one short witness before, or no, actually, I'm sorry, no, tomorrow, be here around 11. Yeah. All right, thanks, man. Bye.
You'll go.
You can't do it.
I'm gonna text Josh right now.
Just trying to plan my day because I got to be right at 4, 5, and 6. So I just got to know when I can depart. Yeah, this is just the end of the Tuesday.
Yes.
So you think you're good to go anywhere by 3:15? When did you last go to that?
What time do you think we'll be done tomorrow? We're trying.
Either by noon or right after. Because it depends if we can get the ME on before lunch or after. Okay. Either way, the ME's going to be.
Yeah.
Okay. 20 minutes. I'm assuming you're not going to have a big crossing.
Yeah. 10-minute crossing. Okay.
Sorry. Well, we did pick up. We're going ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Let's get it back out. Anything else?
Just some scheduling issues, Judge.
Okay, great. One second. You want to bring her out for this, or you?
Probably.
Okay. My schedule's wide open. I don't know what your problem is.
What?
My schedule's wide open. I don't know what your problem is. So, all right, we have Mr. Lawrence back at you.
Judge, so Mr. Dustin has informed us that he may be potentially resting for the night.
Potentially.
And so we had previously discussed that it would be later on in the afternoon. So as the board is aware, several of our experts are flying in. We're going to do our best to have at least one eyewitness here tomorrow after lunch, just in case to be ready.
Okay.
But after that, I just don't know if we can get our expert witnesses here tomorrow since that's when they're flying in.
All right. Well, I mean, I hate to have too much time wasted, but I understand flight schedules.
We are ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
So the state has 2 more witnesses today. One's the main crime scene technician who's going to take a decent amount of time, then the landlord. I called the Florida Department of Law Enforcement analyst off since she was coming from Jacksonville. I didn't want her getting here and then not having time to finish her. So we may run a little ahead of schedule. So we may be done early today.
I mean, I don't think the jurors are going to complain about going home early. So I just don't want to be like, hey, we have huge long stretches where they're sitting here with nothing to do but sit in a jury room. That's my concern, because people sit in a room for 2-3 hours, nothing to talk about. Who knows what's going to go through their mind? But so let's see. So you guys are probably going to rest sometime early afternoon.
Either at noon, or it depends if we get the medical examiner on before or after lunch. Either way, the medical examiner is going to be short.
Okay.
So hopefully, I think we'll be done by noon, but it may be 20 minutes after lunch.
We're not finishing 20 minutes after noon, I can tell you that. We'll either get done somewhere before, because the problem is they're bringing the jurors' lunches in.
Absolutely.
At like 10:30 or so, so I don't want to keep them here 2 hours, so.
The medical examiner will either be at like 11:30 or
Right.
at 1 o'clock after lunch.
Right. I just can't have her go to from noon to 12:20, because then the lunch is just sitting here too long. I try to I think today was probably not too bad. I mean, I put it in the fridge, so we're not giving them botulism or anything like that. But I don't want to sit too long, you know, so, and the way it is now with the lunch vendor, they have to bring it early before their lunch rush. So we all have to work with what we have. And so just keep that in mind. So I'll probably go to lunch a little bit early than late. Late is the hard part.
Then I will plan on having the medical examiner after lunch. If that's
Okay. And then you guys, whatever you guys can get on, and then if you're done for the day, you're done for the day.
Yes, sir.
I just don't want to have a situation where we're doing this at 10, and then, okay, I don't have another person until 2 o'clock. You know, that's to me is a problem with them sitting there, you know, just looking at each other for 2 or 3 hours, you know, in a small room. So if you finish, you know, do that. If you do that, then if we have time in the afternoon, it probably would do us best to, if you have a reasonable anticipation of what jury instructions are going to look like, try as much as we can to hammer out every jury instruction so we're good to go.
I think we are good to go with jury instructions.
Okay.
Both sides are.
I think the draft I sent you, Judge, we all agree with.
You know that my definition of good to go is you've taken it home, you've read it out loud to someone in your house, because the reading it out loud is where you always find some little error.
I didn't read it to someone in my house, but I did read it out loud in my office.
I'm just telling you, usually, you know, I'll get halfway through and there's a wrong word, and then you'll see me stop and try to figure things out. But otherwise, if everyone's good, you know, we'll just, you know, if everything is good, that's fantastic.
Yes, sir.
That's the way it should go. And then we'll just, you know, once you sign off on them, is when I make copies and do all the rest of that stuff. So if everyone's good, you know, if we're good with jury instructions, that's perfect for me. I'm not really someone who's known for being that patient on jury instruction issues. I'm working on my patience, but you know, there's a limit to it. So that's fine. So. If there's one thing AI can come up with is an AI reading jury instructions, then it'll be worth all the technology we ever had to do.
You could probably just like computer generate you and have you read them on the screen. While you look
You
at
gotta
yourself.
try it. Just sit down and read stuff out loud, monotone, and try not to make a mistake. See the joy in all of it. So,
Joy.
all right. I see everyone's back. Are we ready for jurors to come back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed, okay?
State calls Catherine Medina.
And raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello,
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Catherine Medina.
Where do you work?
I work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for them?
I am a forensic crime scene supervisor now.
How long have you been in crime scene work at the sheriff's office?
Just about 9 years now.
Can you describe for the jury your training and experience that allows you to do crime scene work?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a specialization in criminalistics. And while I was in college, I volunteered for 3 years with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, their crime scene section. And then after I got hired, we went through a 16-week training process. And then after that, I have about 500 additional hours of specialized training.
Let me direct your attention to June 2nd, 2023. Did you become involved as a crime scene investigator in the case of State of Florida versus Susan Lorincz?
I did.
Did you end up going to the hospital to document Miss Owens, Miss Ajike Owens?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you take photographs of certain things and clothing and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Is that standard procedure in any kind of homicide?
Yes.
After you finished there at the hospital, where did you go?
After the hospital, I went to the incident location.
Was that in Marion County?
Yes, it was.
What was going on when you arrived at the scene?
At the scene, our DNA technician, Taylor Paxton, was finishing processing the outside, and a search warrant was being completed for the interior of the residence.
Is a search warrant a document that allows you and law enforcement officers to go inside a location and collect evidence?
Yes.
And is that signed by a judge?
Yes, it is.
Did you have, we've already heard from crime scene investigator Paxton, did you have any involvement in processing the outside on the grass area?
No, I did not.
What was your focus?
My focus was mostly on the inside of the residence.
Did you take photographs of the residence and the inside of the house and things that you found inside that were relevant?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Showing you photograph 19 of States 1. What do we see here?
Right now, you're standing in the lawn area on the side of the building, the quadruplex. Right now, we are facing her, the Unit 3.
And her meeting Ms. Lawrence's?
Yes.
Photograph 20?
No. I'm so sorry. Let me correct myself. That was, yes, Miss Lawrence.
Okay. The defendant.
Yes.
Showing you photograph 20 of States 1. What do we see here?
Right now, you're standing at the exiting or entrance of the porch, and you can see the sliding glass doors and the front door.
Photograph 21 of States 1. What about this?
This is a close-up of the sliding glass door.
And what did you notice on the sliding glass door?
There was a sign that said no trespassing, and there was a camera that was taped to the inside of the door.
Did you examine the sliding glass doors?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice any damage to them?
No, I did not.
Any cracks, dents, breaks, anything like that?
No, I did not.
Any dents to the frame around the sliding glass door or the handle?
No.
You mentioned a camera that was taped on the inside of the sliding glass door?
Yes, the camera was taped on the inside, but the camera itself was facing outward.
Is that the black box we see to the right of the handwritten no trespassing sign?
Yes.
Photograph 22 of Stage 1, is that just a close-up of what you described?
Yes, it is.
Showing you photograph 23 of Stage 1. What is this?
This is the front door on the exterior side.
You mentioned the ring camera, or the camera on the inside of the sliding glass door. Did you have any involvement in examining that ring camera or seeing if there was any footage collected from that ring camera?
No.
That was somebody else's job?
Correct.
Turning to the front door, what did you notice of significance in the front door?
On the exterior, before going in, I did observe a hole that was suspected to be a gunshot hole.
And where on the door was that located?
It is on the first column, second row, right there where the pointer is.
Before we get to that hole in the door, that bullet hole, showing you photograph 24 of States 1. Did you notice any damage to the door's locking mechanisms, the doorknob, the deadbolt, anything like that?
No, I did not.
Did you look for such damage?
Yes, we did.
Showing you photograph 25 of States 1. Did you notice any damage to the door frame?
Yes, I did.
Explain what you saw.
There was cracks along the door frame near the strike plates.
Did you notice any evidence of repair to that area?
Yes, it appeared to be partially repaired.
And explain what you saw.
Inside of the cracks, there were some screws that appeared to be on top of the cracks. And the deadbolt strike plate was on top of the crack, as well as it did not have significant damage to it. And the bottom lock strike plate had what appeared to be regular wear and tear on it.
Did you notice any wooden splinters or remnants of the door in the area, either right outside or right inside of the door on the ground?
No, I did not.
Did you look for that evidence?
Yes, I did.
Photograph 26 of States 1. What do we see here?
This is a close-up of the suspected suspected bullet hole on the exterior side of the door.
And photograph 27, what does this show?
This is a close-up of the suspected bullet hole with a marker with a scale of measurement and a pointer, which is labeled A.
And why did you choose A to designate this bullet hole?
We typically have easels and pointers, and our easels have numbers and our pointers have letters to distinguish the two.
When you were examining the exterior of the door, did you look to see if there was any damage to the exterior of the door itself besides the bullet hole?
I did examine it.
And what did you find?
I did not see anything of significance.
Any dents on it?
No.
Any scratches?
No.
Any other holes?
No.
Did you also measure the location of the bullet hole in reference to the side of the door and the bottom of the door?
Yes, I did.
Why do you do that?
We used that to map it so that it could be recreated if necessary.
Showing you photograph 28 of States 1. What do we see here?
This is the tape measure at the bottom of the door to show where we placed it.
And photograph 29 of States 1. What does this show?
This is a close-up of the suspected bullet hole and the tape measure from the bottom up to the top, showing you a close-up of the measurement of the hole.
And what was the measurement of the hole? How high from the bottom of the door was the hole located?
The center of the hole is typically what we measure, and the center of that hole was a little bit less than 52 inches high.
Showing you photograph 30 of States 1. When you went inside of the house, did you also examine the inside of the door?
Yes, I did.
Showing you photograph 31 of States 1. What did you notice on the inside of the door?
The inside of the door also had a suspected bullet hole that was in a similar area as the exterior hole.
Was it in a location consistent with one hole being an entrance and one hole being an exit?
Yes, it appeared to be, yes.
And for the record, how did you designate the inside damage to the door from that bullet?
We used the pointer B to distinguish the two that are different, and then the scale of measure is also on the side of it.
Did you notice any damage except for the hole to the inside of the door? Any dents, scratches, anything?
No, I did not.
Did you again measure the distance of the inside bullet hole from the bottom of the door?
Yes, I did.
Showing you photograph 32 of States 1. What does this show?
This is showing the overall scale of the tape measure from the bottom to the hole.
And photograph 33 of States 1. What was the measurement of the location of the hole?
The center of the hole appeared to be 52 inches.
Did you also measure the location of the bullet holes on the inside and outside of the door as it relates to the unhinged side of the door where it would open and close?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 31 of States 1. What do we see here?
This is the tape measure showing from the hole from the interior and the unhinged side of the door.
And what was showing you photograph 35 of States 1, what was the distance of the hole from the unhinged side of the door?
It was just under 10 inches.
Did you do the same thing on the outside of the door?
Yes, I did.
Showing you photograph 36 of States 1. Is that what this shows?
Yes.
Photograph 37 of States 1. What was the distance from the unhinged side of the door horizontally?
This was also just under 10 inches.
Showing you photograph 38 of States 1. What do we see in this photograph?
This is the front door being open, and inside you can, or towards the center, there is a trajectory rod that is going through the 2 holes.
Explain what a trajectory rod is.
A trajectory rod is a metal rod that is used to go through the possible bullet hole to show a possible trajectory path of the bullet.
And we see, is that what we see in the photograph, the yellow item is the rod?
Yes, correct.
Is that one rod or 2 rods?
That is 1 rod.
So it's gone completely through the door, through the 2 holes.
Yes, correct.
We also see some black items that are close to the door on the end of each of the trajectory rods, on the door side of it. What are those?
Those are cones that we use. We use them so that the trajectory rod is placed into the center of the hole and so that it is more stable.
Okay, and what do you mean by that? How do you do that?
We use the cone, and then the rod goes through the cone, so it's right in the center of it, and then we push the cone into the hole gently so that we're not changing or altering the hole itself.
I'm assuming that not all holes are the exact same size as the trajectory rod.
That's correct.
Okay. Do those black rubber stoppers give that some stability?
Yes.
Have you had any training in dealing with trajectory rods and placements and things like that?
I've gone to 1 shooting reconstruction class where we did use them, and I've also practiced and used it in my college education.
Did you measure the angle by which that trajectory rod entered the door on both the inside and outside?
Yes, I did.
And what's the point of doing that?
That's to show the angle, whether it's upward or downward, to show the path of the bullet hole.
And what does photograph 39 of States 1 show?
The picture is showing the cone is the little black part through the hole, and the trajectory rod is the yellow, and the orange box is the digital angle finder that is attached to the trajectory rod.
And how does it get attached to the trajectory rod?
It's magnetic.
Okay, so it just sticks on there?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the angle, the trajectory angle, according to the angle finder?
On the inside of the door, it appeared to be 8.8 degrees.
Did you do the same thing on the outside?
Yes, I did.
The same process you just described?
Yes, correct.
And what was the angle on the outside of the door?
From the outside, it was 7.8 inches. Or, I'm sorry, 7.8 degrees.
Are those, the trajectory rods that are used, are they, what are they made of? Are they metal, are they stiff, or are they all pliable?
They're metal and they are stiff.
Showing you photograph 41 of States 1. Explain what we're looking at here.
So right now I am standing inside the living room area, looking towards the door and the wall behind the door. The rod is to the right inside of the door, so you can see the yellow rod, the black cone, and then on the opposite end of the cone is the black laser. That's the applicator for the laser. It is attached, it just screws into the trajectory rod, and then from there you turn it on, and it shows the trajectory path of the bullet, potentially, and we just photographed it at that.
And generally, if the gun was fired from the inside of the house through the door outside of the house, what kind of angle did the trajectory laser show? I'm just looking very generally.
It just shows the angle of either the shooter or the bullet, depending on which way you have the laser.
Was it from the inside of the house? Was it an upward or downward angle?
From the inside of the house, it was downward, and the inside of the hole, the metal piece of the door was going inward, and on the outside of the door, the metal was protruding outward.
And what does that tell you as far as the direction of travel of the projectile?
It appears
Objection,
that...
Your Honor. May we approach? Sure.
overrule the objection. Hold on 1 second. Okay.
You mentioned that the metal on the interior of the door was pressed inward into the door, and the metal on the exterior of the door was pressed outward, outside the door.
Correct, yes.
What does that tell you about the direction of travel of the projectile? Was it from the inside of the house, shot through the door, to the outside, or vice versa?
That shows that the bullet came from the inside of the house and is outside because of the metal protruding outward.
In photograph 42 of States 1, what do we see here?
This is the second half of the trajectory laser that was shown.
Photograph 43 of States 1. Did you locate anything in the corner of the inside of the house by the door in the corner?
Yes, I did.
What'd you see?
There was a dark color umbrella.
Showing you photograph 44 of States 1. What is that?
That is a close-up of the umbrella.
May I approach?
Sure.
Showing you States Exhibit L for identification. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
I do.
What is it?
This is the umbrella from behind the front door.
Is that package sealed?
It is.
You've already heard about how evidence is sealed. I'm not going to ask you those questions again. But can you open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
I do recognize it.
What is it?
That is the dark color umbrella that is behind the front door.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
This time, state would move L into evidence as 10.
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection, states L, unanimous to states number 10. Yes, sir?
Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to open it. Can you describe to the jury the interior of the house?
The interior of the house was furnished. It was well kept. It was clean.
Can you describe kind of the layout of the house?
So when you first walk into the entryway, on the left side is your living room. Straight ahead from you would be a small round table with 2 chairs, which is the dining area. Past the dining area was a galley kitchen. To the left of the galley kitchen was a laundry room and pantry. And then back when you're in the living room, on your left side, there is a hallway that had a bathroom and 2 bedrooms.
So what, photograph 45 of States 1, what perspective is this?
This is from standing inside the entryway, and you're looking straight ahead, so you can see the dining area and the kitchen, and on the left side is the living room.
And you mentioned a hallway leading to the bedroom. Is that the bedrooms, is that down this direction?
Yes,
On the
it
left
would be.
photo?
Yes.
Is the kitchen area behind these white cabinets in the middle of the photograph?
Yes.
Photograph 46 of States 1. You mentioned the table and the 2 small chairs in front of the kitchen. Is that what we see here?
Yes.
Photograph 47 of States 1. What are we looking at here?
This is standing partially inside of the kitchen, looking at the kitchen countertop.
And where is that table, that small table and the 2 chairs we saw in the previous photo?
You can partially see it in the background, so it's just past on the right side.
Over here?
Yes.
All right, okay. Did you locate anything of significance on the counter in the middle of this photograph?
Yes, I did.
What'd you find?
There is a spent cartridge casing on the countertop.
Is that designated by easel 1?
Yes.
Show Showing those marked as State's Exhibit M as in van. Recognize that item?
I do.
Can you open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
I do recognize it.
What is it?
It is the spent cartridge casing from the kitchen counter.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that evening?
Yes.
It's time State would move M into evidence as 11.
No objection, Your Honor.
The objection states M will be in evidence as number 11.
Showing photograph 48 of State's 1. Is that close of a casing?
Yes, it is.
What caliber was the casing?
It was a Blazer 380 Auto.
How do you know that?
It's marked on the head stamp of each casing what kind it is.
So going back to photograph 45 of State's 1, the casing that you found that we just looked at, would that be just underneath the back side of this white cabinet
Yes.
on the counter?
Yes.
Photograph 49 of State's 1. What perspective is this photograph?
This is when you're standing in the entryway facing a little left, so you can see the living room and the hallway.
The kitchen we just looked at, would that be to the right of this photograph?
Yes, correct.
And what's down this hallway?
That hallway contained 2 closets, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms.
And photograph 50 of State's 1, what perspective is this?
This is when you're standing on the other side of the living room, so near the dining room table, and you're looking towards the front, which is the front door and the sliding glass door.
And these curtains that we see on the right side of the photograph, are those covering the inside portion of the sliding glass doors?
Yes, it is.
Back to photograph 49. Did you go into the master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Showing you photograph 51. What do we see here?
This is from standing at the entryway of the master bedroom, and that is looking into the bedroom.
Did you search this bedroom also?
Yes.
Was there a trash can located next to the bed in this bedroom?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 52. What does this show?
This is showing the bed on the left side, and then you have a nightstand on the right, and in between the two is the trash can.
Did you locate anything of significance in that trash can underneath the marker number 3?
I did, yes.
What'd you find?
There were 2 firearms.
Showing you photograph 53 of States 1. What does this show?
This is showing a close-up of the easel number 3, and inside of the trash can you can see the 2 firearms.
Photograph 54. What do we see here?
This is the firearm that was on top. It was inside of a holster.
And what kind of firearm was that?
That is a Ruger LCP 2.
You know what caliber?
It's a .22 long rifle caliber.
Showing you photograph 55 of States 1. What does this show?
This is the firearm that is outside of the holster now.
You said this is a .22 caliber firearm. Is that a different caliber than the caliber of the casing that you found on the counter?
Yes.
Photograph 56 of States 1. Was this firearm loaded?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember with how many rounds?
There was 1 round in the chamber and 7 rounds in the magazine.
And photograph 57 of States 1. What does this show?
This shows the ammunition that was inside of the magazine.
Did you collect this firearm as well as the ammunition?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit N as in Nancy and O. Take a look at those items and tell me if you recognize them.
I do.
What are they?
The one in the bag is item 17, and that is the 8 rounds of ammunition that were inside of the Ruger firearm. And then the other one is the Ruger firearm and the holster and the magazine.
Do you normally, by policy, package the ammunition found in a firearm separately from the firearm?
Yes, we do.
Why is that?
That's for safety reasons, so that it cannot be reloaded by any chance inside of there, and for processing purposes.
Can you please open those items up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
I do recognize both of them.
What are they? Specifically, let's start with State's Exhibit N, as in Nancy. What is that, the box?
This is the firearm, the holster, and the magazine.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from that trash can that evening?
Yes.
This time, State would move N, as in Nancy, into evidence as State's 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
The objection states N to be in evidence is number 12.
And moving on to the bag, State's O. What's in there?
Those are 8 rounds of ammunition from the magazine.
I'm sorry. Are they in the same or substantially the same conditions when you collected them?
Yes, they are.
This time, State would move O into evidence as 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
The objection states O in evidence is number 13. Was the magazine with 13? Or is that separate?
The magazine is in 12.
Okay.
And the court commission may have asked the bailiff to take a look at it and put a trigger lock on it.
Sure.
Your Honor, there is a trigger lock down on the 22 caliber firearm.
All right.
You published the firearm inventory?
This is the firearm.
Can you hold that? You know, too?
Yes, I will. And this is the firearm. Excuse me, this is the magazine.
You mentioned there were 2 firearms found in that trash can, is that right?
Right.
Showing you photograph 58 of States 1. What do we see here?
This is the second firearm that was inside of the trash can.
So you picked up the .22 caliber Ruger we just looked at, and this was underneath it?
Yes.
Photograph 59 of States 1. What do we see here?
This is showing it outside of the trash can with the contents that was of the pouch.
Photo 60 of States 1.
This is the firearm inside of the pouch and is now taken out.
Photograph 61 of States 1.
This is showing that there was 1 round of ammunition inside of the chamber of the firearm.
And photograph 62 of States 1.
This is showing that it was, the slide was pushed back and safe.
What kind of firearm was this?
This is a Remington RM380.
Is the caliber of this Remington the same caliber as the casing that you found on the counter next to the kitchen counter at Diesel 1?
Yes.
Did you collect the firearm and the ammunition contained in the firearm?
Yes.
Showing you state's exhibits P and Q. Take a look at those items and tell me if you recognize them.
I do.
What are they?
The box is the Remington firearm and 2 magazines and a Ruger gun pouch, which is what it was in. And then the bag has 4 rounds of ammunition that were from the firearm.
Can you open those items up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
I do recognize both.
Referring to states P as in Paul, what is that item?
This is the Remington firearm, the pouch, and 2 magazines.
Is it all in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it on June 2nd?
With additional packaging, yes.
Was that item sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for analysis?
Yes.
Do they do their own test fires based on your training experience?
Yes, they do.
Are those consistent with the additional packaging you just mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. This time, state would move states P into evidence as 14.
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, states P, evidence number 14.
Do you also recognize states exhibit Q?
I do.
What is it?
Those are 4 rounds of ammunition that were from the firearm.
Are they also in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, they are.
This time, state would move Q into evidence as 14, Your Honor.
Without
15,
objection.
excuse me.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, Q, evidence number 16.
15, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, so let me go back. So P is 14 and Q is 16?
15. Yes, sir.
P is 14, Q is 15.
Correct.
I got it, thank you.
With the court's permission, I'm going to provide the 380 Remington to the court deputy for the trigger lock.
All right.
Record, Your Honor, the trigger lock has been placed on the 380. My motion is reserved.
This is the firearm.
You mentioned that the firearm was sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further analysis.
Correct.
Did you have any involvement in that analysis?
No, I did not.
I noticed that while you've been in the stand, you keep changing your gloves. What precautions do crime scene investigators take on scene for those purposes?
On scene, we put our hair up so that we're not dropping any hair on the ground, and we put gloves on so that we're not transferring any of our DNA to anywhere else that we're touching or collecting. And there's other precautions that we can also take for other parts of us.
And for housekeeping purposes, marker 1 was the casing on the kitchen counter.
Correct.
Marker 3 were the firearms in the trash can.
Yes.
Marker 4 was the umbrella.
Yes.
What happened to marker 2?
Marker 2 was placed down on the dining room table in error, and it was in one of my photographs. So number 2 was skipped.
Okay, so that didn't designate anything.
Correct.
Used. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello.
You were the only crime scene technician who responded out to the scene, right?
Yes.
And you observed damage to the door frame of Miss Lorincz, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you took pictures of said damage, correct?
Correct.
There was some damage on the interior side of the door frame near the strike plate, right?
Yes, there was.
The wood was broken and cracked, right?
Yes.
There were a few no trespassing signs around the residence, is that right?
Yes.
One up front in the grass, correct?
Yes.
One on the sliding glass door that was next to her front entrance door, correct?
Yes.
And one on the side window, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've never been qualified as an expert in a court of law in ballistics or trajectory analysis, is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you just don't have the training, knowledge, education, experience to testify in that capacity, is that right?
Correct.
And certainly you are not testifying today as an expert in the field of ballistics and trajectory analysis, right?
Correct.
Do you know the make and model of the trajectory rods that you used in this case?
No, I do not.
Did you calibrate the trajectory rods?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the error rate for trajectory rods, what those are?
No, I do not.
Do you know the make and model of the digital angle finder that you used in this case?
At this time, I do not.
Do you know the make and model of the laser that you used in this case?
No, I do not.
What's the error rate for the digital angle finder that you used in this case?
I have learned that the angle finder's error rate is 0.1 degrees.
Okay. And you didn't calibrate the digital angle finder at all before you used it, right?
No, I did not.
And you don't know how to calibrate them, correct?
According to previous things that I have experienced that have been calibrated before, it's with an instrument that we do not have.
Okay, so you didn't calibrate it, right?
Correct.
Okay. As far as you know, the digital angle finder that we used in this case has never been calibrated, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know if it's supposed to be calibrated, do you?
I'm not sure.
And you've had this instrument for the last 4 years or so, is that right?
Approximately, yes.
How much does a digital angle finder weigh?
I'm not sure.
Do you know if the weight of the digital angle finder, if that could affect the outcome of the measurements?
It could have.
But you don't know how much the weight of the digital angle finder can affect the outcome of the measurements, right?
That's correct.
You only placed the digital angle finder on the rod and took measurements once on each side, is that right?
That's correct.
Could you have done it more than once on each side?
I could have.
Okay, but you chose not to?
I chose not to because I don't want to continue to change it, because if it does change, then you wouldn't know which one to go with.
So if you did it, you didn't do it because if you did it more than once and it would change, you just have no idea which one is right?
You wouldn't know how to document it, correct?
And both can be right and both can be wrong? Or both can be wrong, right?
Both could be, yeah.
And you never calibrated the digital angle finder and took additional measurements, right?
Correct.
You don't have an opinion in regard to having a 1 degree or so difference from the outside, from the inside and the outside measurements, right?
No, I do not.
And that's just because you don't have the knowledge, training, and experience to do that kind of analysis, right?
Correct.
Can you tell us the make and model of the laser beam that you used in this case?
No, I cannot.
You don't know the error rate of said laser beam, is that right?
No, I do not.
You didn't calibrate the laser beam, is that right?
Correct.
And you've had this instrument the last 4 years or so, the laser beam, right?
Approximately, yes.
Do you know what azimuth is?
No, I do not.
And you didn't measure the azimuth, which is the horizontal angle, right?
Correct, I did not.
Do you ever do that?
No, I do not.
Do you know why?
I don't know what it is, so in my experience and training, I have not learned what that is.
Okay, understood. Is there a specific way of photographing? Well, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. You found a shell casing on the kitchen counter next to the stove, right?
I was on the kitchen counter. I'm not sure if it was
Kitchen
next to the stove.
Okay. And you photographed it and put it into evidence, right?
I did.
And in regard to the rods, the digital angle finder, the laser beam, and all the work that you did on that door, you did it all by yourself with no other help from anyone else. Is that right?
Correct. I was the only one that was touching the laser finder or any of the equipment.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's marked as Exhibit A. I'm gonna get that right. You got me, approach?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dean, I'd like to show you the mark as Exhibit A. Can you take a look at all these stories, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are those pictures that you took on the day in question?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and you took them yourself?
I did.
And are all the pictures that you just saw in what's been marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit A a fair and accurate representation of all the pictures or some of the pictures that you took when you went to process the scene?
Yes, they are.
I appreciate your time. Thank you for your patience. I have no further questions for me.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
She is.
You're excused. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Does anyone need a break before we go forward? Okay.
State calls Charles Gabbard.
Sir, raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Charles Gabbard.
Can you spell your last name?
Gabbard.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a landlord.
All right. Do you own various rental properties around Marion County?
Yes.
Do you own a rental property located at 1662 Southwest 107th Lane?
Yes.
How many different rental properties do you own?
I own 2 quadplexes.
Is the property located at 1662 107th Lane, is that also a quadplex?
Yes.
May I have access to the TV driver?
I thought I pressed it. Mr. Harder.
Showing you photograph 7 of States 1. You recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
All right. Is that the quadplex that you own?
Yes, it is.
There's an open field to the right of that quadplex if you're facing it, am I correct?
Yes.
Do you own that property next to this quadplex?
The majority of the property is owned towards the upper quadplex.
Okay, so the majority of that open field is owned by the other quadplex owner?
Correct.
And that's not you?
No.
Understood. Do you have any property rights to that larger portion of the open field than other quadplex to the right?
No, I do not.
Are you able to tell anybody that they can't go on that property?
I cannot.
Are you aware that there are children that sometimes play in that open field?
Yes.
Have you ever personally told any of those children they weren't allowed to do that?
I have not.
Okay, and why wouldn't you be able to do that?
It's not my property.
Okay. How long have you owned this quadplex?
Approximately 20 years.
And where do you live in relation to it?
I have a house in Denellen. And I also have a apartment that I live in sometimes in the adjacent quadplex.
Okay, so right nearby?
Yes.
I understand. Do you know a woman named Susan Lorincz?
She used to be a tenant.
Do you see her here in court?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point her out and tell me what she's wearing, sir?
I think she's wearing a purple sweater.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It was so reflect.
Did she rent Unit 3 of that quadplex from you?
Yes.
For about how long had she been living there?
I'm guessing probably a couple of years.
Did you know her before she started renting from you?
No, I did not.
At some point at the defendant's request, did you put up some no trespassing signs?
I put up 2 signs that said no trespassing and keep off grass.
Okay. Describe those signs.
They're just bought from Home Depot. They're just rectangular signs.
Okay. Are they like heavy-duty signs? Or are they just little
No,
things?
they're just small.
Okay. You just stick them in the ground?
I'm thinking probably about 8 by 12.
Okay. And did you put those signs up at Ms. Lawrence's request?
Yes, I did.
Well, she asked me to try to control the children, and I said I didn't have any ability to do that, but I could put up a couple signs on my property line.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you see the no trespassing sign in the photograph, state 7?
Yes.
Is that generally where your property line is?
Yes.
You're aware that Ajike Owens was shot and killed on that property, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, about when in relation to that did you put the no trespassing signs up?
I'm thinking probably 2 or 3 months prior.
Did you know Miss Owens at all?
No, I did not.
I want to ask you some questions about the front door to the defendant's apartment. Was there a time where you were asked to do some repairs on that door?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 23 of States 1. Is that the front door to Miss Lorinc's residence?
Yes.
We see in the photograph here, taken after the shooting, we see a bullet hole in the door, am I right?
Yes.
Do you remember also seeing that bullet hole?
Yes.
Did you, after the shooting, did you do anything to repair that bullet hole?
I filled the hole in with stucco.
And what else did you do with that? Explain the process.
In other words, I filled the hole in and sanded it with sandpaper.
Okay, just to make it flush?
Yes.
Shortly after you did that, did law enforcement come and actually take that door physically off the frame?
Yes, they did.
And take it away?
Yes.
You spoke a few minutes ago about a time where you did some other repairs on the door jamb. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember about when that was in relation to the shooting?
I'm thinking maybe it was from probably weeks. Could be 4 to 6 weeks.
4 to 6 weeks or so? Give or take.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
Did you personally see what happened to the door to cause the damage?
No, but I assume.
Did you personally see it?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't personally see it.
Did the defendant ever tell you specifically what happened to the door to cause the damage?
No, she did not explain what happened to cause the damage.
When she asked you to repair the door, did you do it?
I made a temporary repair structurally.
Okay. I'm showing you photograph 25 of stage 1. What do we see here?
I added some new metal plates for the locks to go into. I put additional screws in the jamb itself to give it structure. And cosmetically, it still looks rough, but it was structurally sound at that point.
You said you put new strike plates on. Are those the strike plates, the
yes.
on the top and the bottom?
Yes, right.
The strike plate in the bottom, is that where the doorknob
Yes.
lock goes?
Correct.
What about the strike plate on the top?
That's for the deadbolt.
You said that you used screws to stabilize it. Explain what you did.
Well, it's just take wood screws. They were probably inch long, and you take a drill motor with a bit, and you screw them into the door jamb.
And was that door, when you were finished, was it structurally sound?
It was structurally sound.
And how do you explain what you mean by that?
I mean, with the screws and with the new door hasp, structurally the door would be secure. In other words, somebody couldn't easily,
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
That's sustained.
When you were finished, the door was structurally sound?
Yes.
Okay. We see some, you describe it as cosmetic damage. to
Yes.
the door jamb. Were you planning on going back and fixing that as well?
Yes, at a later date, I was going to take care of it cosmetically.
Did that cosmetic damage that we see here in the door affect the stability or the structural stability of the door in any way?
No, it did not.
Did you use any kind of like plastic wood?
I did.
What is that?
It's a wood putty that you can fill in voids in wood that has been damaged.
And what is the purpose of using that?
I used it inside the latch door recess areas where the lock goes into. I just put a thin coat.
And what is that?
That just takes-
structurally sound also?
Yes, yes it is.
Explain what you mean by that.
It just is more just really it was more for cosmetics that made the recess areas visually normal.
So when you were finished repairing the door, was it sturdy?
Yes.
Was it structurally sound?
Yes, it
Was it
was.
as strong as it was before any of the cosmetic damage?
I would say yes.
When you were done repairing the door, was the defendant satisfied?
Based on me telling her that it would be cosmetically taken care of at a later date, she was.
Okay. Showing you photograph 30. You mentioned that the door was also equipped with a deadbolt?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you install that deadbolt?
Yes, I at one time replaced the whole door as a new door, in with the deadbolt and regular lock.
And did you put the chain that we see above as well, or was that somebody else put that in?
No, I recall, I think Susan asked for me to put that on there.
So this door had a chain, a deadbolt, and a lock.
Yes,
Was the deadbolt a normal deadbolt, or was it an extra long deadbolt?
no, it's just standard.
Okay. Except for filling in the bullet hole and spackling it and sanding it, did you do anything else to the door after the shooting?
No, I did not.
Okay, and the door that was on the door frame at the time of the shooting, was that the same door law enforcement came and took later?
Yes, it is.
All right. I can have one moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you want the photos up here?
Sir?
Do you want the photos up?
No, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Gabbard?
Yes, it is.
I apologize. I've been calling you Mr. Gabbard this entire time.
Oh, it's close, better.
I'll try to do better. Sorry, Mr.
That's
Gabbard.
fine.
My name gets mispronounced all the time, so I feel your pain. Now, you had to do, as you spoke to Mr. Buckman, you had to do some repair work on Susan's door frame. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
It sounds like you put a steel plate where the bolts go from the locks that covered the broken jamb. Is that right?
That's correct.
You repaired it in order to give the door some stability without having to replace the whole door jamb. Is that right?
That's correct.
But even with that repair, it was cracked all the way down. So you were planning on replacing the entire thing, right?
Yes, at some point, I was going to make a complete replacement.
Yes, sir. And Ms. Lawrence, she notified you of the damage, right?
Yes.
She told you that someone had slammed her door.
Objection, Your Honor. Self-serving hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Sure. Actually, I'm going to have the jury step out and we'll take a short break. So go ahead with the argument outside the jury presence.
Judge, the reason I asked you about it is because it's the defense's position that Mr. Bell's opened the door because he asked Mr. Garrett on direct examination whether or not Ms. Lawrence had told him what happened to cause the damage to the door. So I believe Mr. Lawrence is specifically asking him, Susan told you someone slammed into it. So Mr. Buxton essentially opened the door on direct examination by asking that line of questioning. And so I just wanted to put that argument on the record.
My concern about, you said it goes to her existing state of mind.
Judge, I think Mr. Buxton asked if Susan to tell you what caused it, and Ms. Lawrence answered no. So I think this directly contradicts that Ms. Lawrence actually did speak to him about it and told him specifically that someone had slammed into the door. So I think Mr. Buxton opened the door regardless of whether or not it's self-serving hearsay.
Well, that's not what you told me at the bench here. That was not the reason you gave me at the bench.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to speak at the bench when you took the jury off, so I just wanted to, that's
Okay.
really why I was approaching, is to put that specific argument on the record so it's preserved.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's an out-of-court statement, right? What is the purpose of entering it? That's my, just tell me, do you want state of mind or do you want, I guess, what is it?
I think it's both. I think the state specifically asked this witness whether or not Ms. Lawrence had spoken to him about it. He said no. So this line of questioning goes to directly rebut that, and it also goes to her state of mind regarding the incident that happened. So the defense's position that this line of questioning should be allowed.
Well, to the state of mind, it goes at the time the person makes the statement, right? Like you're not using it to prove the truth of the matter, sort of, but the state of the mind of the person at the time they made the statement. But that's probably not relevant, right? Because that was some time ago. Well, no, I'm not trying to run you over. I'm just saying, I mean, that's my understanding of the state of mind exception, is that if you're using it to prove the state of the mind at the time the person said it, you could, but now it sounds like you're trying to prove that through a non-testifying witness that someone attempted to break the door. I mean, I say that with full knowledge that there's nobody's disputing the door is broken, right? So I guess the question is, if you're going with state of mind, but now you're also saying you're going with somehow this door has been opened, or? Okay. I mean, Mr. Buckman did ask him that, and he answered that she never told him. And if he's going to testify to something else, then I would find that the door is open for that. I don't find that it fits the state of mind exception to hearsay, because the time she said it, her state of mind was not relevant. But if you want to address, clarify an issue that Mr. Buxton brought out on direct, that's fair enough with me. But that's not, like I said, that's why I wanted to flesh this out, because that's, and granted, there's more than one person talking, but that wasn't the reason I was given here. So I'm just trying to get a fair record as to what the actual reason for entering the statement of evidence. So I'll allow it for those purposes.
Yes, sir.
Let's ask the jurors to come back in as soon as they're ready. Yeah. What is this? Okay, that's fine. Just without going into anything, a couple of the jurors have asked for proof for their employers that they're here, and the clerk has prepared a letter for them. If you want to look at the letter, I'll have you guys look at it, make sure there's no objection to this, and I'll give it to them today, because they may need to give it to their employers. Just take a look at what they're getting. They're all the same with different names on top. If I didn't all three, it'd be looking good, but Francis, okay with you? Okay, take a look at it.
Just follow.
All right, no problem. I'm just not handing them the jurors anything without checking with you first. That's. I did see that thing already. Yeah. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We can continue where you were.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lawrence notified you of the damage, right?
Yes, she did.
And she told you that someone had slammed her door, correct?
She didn't give me any explanation, but it was obvious somebody had slammed the door.
Do you remember you and I speaking probably back in December of 2023 about this incident?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. And do you remember me asking you these types of questions back then?
Yes.
Would reading that portion of that deposition refresh your recollection of what you told me?
It may, yeah.
Mr. Buxman, page 28 of the deposition, line 25. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
May we approach?
Yes, sir. I just see it. What is it? What line? You just have to take a look at it.
Just read to yourself, line 25. Do you have your glasses?
Yeah, apparently I.
Line 25? Here.
No, I said no. She just said.
No, read it to yourself. Read it to yourself.
No, it said, I said no.
Okay, there, is this, reading this part of the deposition, does that refresh your recollection of what you said?
Yes, and I think that's what I
Hold
said.
on, hold
in
on.
the question.
Just answer the question right as it's asked, okay? No problem. Thank you.
Now, Susan told you that somebody had slammed her door, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this was just going to be a temporary.
Well, she showed me.
Hold on. This was just, I'm asking questions, okay? All right. This was going to just be a temporary repair, is that right?
Yes.
And the crack in the door was pretty substantial, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It went deep in, right?
Yes.
And in regard to the damage of the door, when she notified you of the damage to the door, you weren't sure exactly when it was that she told you, right?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Redirect.
The repair that you did was supposed to be a temporary repair because you still had to go back and fix the cosmetic damage.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
No, sir.
See you excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused with our thanks, sir. Have a nice day, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're done? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're done with testimony for today, okay? So I'll let you off early a little bit. I'll remind you when you go home to not contact anybody about this case at all. Please don't let anyone discuss it in your presence. I know that there has been some news coverage of the case. I would ask you not to look at any newspapers. If for somehow you end up seeing a headline, please don't delve any further into it. I know our local newspaper, the Star Banner, has had some headlines. I would ask you, I don't know if you get the Star Banner or if you get it, online or something else. Please don't look at it and don't read it, okay? The video, it may be on some news stations, so please be careful about watching any news or anything else, okay? Please remember not to look up anything about the case at all. I appreciate your adherence to the rule. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Same process for tomorrow as we used for today, okay? Same time, 8:30. Have a very nice day. Leave your notebooks here, and we're going to lock them up, okay? Make sure your name is on them somewhere. You had supplied me with a 2.6 use of transcripts of recordings. I didn't know it was here until I was looking last one, but no one requested anyone to read it. Do you want me to? Is it going to come up again? Do you want me to read again? Do you want me to read it afterwards?
I would probably read it before the interviews of the defendant.
Yes.
Are there transcripts for her?
There are.
Okay. Remind me.
Yes, sir.
Because I got a number of things here, and I'll be happy to read it.
Yes, sir.
Can we approach for what's hopefully the last time today? Can we approach?
Okay. Looks like there's two instructions for that interview. You want 2.6 and then 2.8? Huh? Right. Right, well, you want me to read this now for the interview of the defendant, right?
Yeah.
The transcript one.
Yes, sir, before we publish it.
And then also 2.8.
Correct.
So there's two for the interview. Okay. I can't hear you. Yeah, I'll find out what that was about. Let me get Tracy back in here. I'll take care of things. Can you get Tracy to come back in here? Stay here, man. One of the jurors had stood up and said something to you. What was that about?
Her, she seen him taking pictures over this way.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was it? I'm sorry.
I think one of the jurors
Yeah.
noticed
Saw her taking pictures over this way.
someone from the press
From the press.
taking pictures, I guess, pointed in their direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course. She was sitting back there and she took a picture of her, so I figured she had to over this way, she took a picture of her.
Okay.
She said it that way.
I think it sounds like a juror was just concerned that someone was taking pictures coming this way.
Oh, okay.
And she moved her location so she wouldn't catch any of the jurors. So I would just, if there was any pictures including jurors, please don't include those, okay? All right. Earlier, before you were here, we had ordered there be no pictures of children. Okay. So I'll trust that she'll follow that direction. So that was it. Anything else? That was all. That was the whole conversation.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything else from anybody?
Yes, sir.
See y'all tomorrow at 9:00.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Susan, I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second, Francis.